Lion of Judah Society. Yes. Erev Tov. Good evening. Laila Tov, good night. Boker Tov, good morning. Depends on where on this earthly plane you are hearing this and when you are hearing this. Shabbat Tov, good strong, good week, beneficial, Bashem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Here for the Tuesday podcast. T to T. Testify Tuesday. Here. Cause I
I'm gonna testify. I'm gonna testify what Jah has done for I.
Evening song.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations.
Rastafari, Holy Emmanuel, Marcus. Oh yes, Rasta. judges. Behold, I come to teach all teachers, dismantling all of their false leaders, liberating all Africans. That's Rasta holy only mission. Liberating all Africans. That is Rasta mission. So tell them just say, Babylon. Oh yeah, Rasta come to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppressions of the poor have I arise. Yeah. Rasta come to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppressions of the poor have I arise. Listen, they tried to kill the father and they could not slay the son. They tried to destroy Mama Africa, the foundation of creation. Oh yes, the foundation of creation. Oh yeah, I come to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppressions of the poor have I arise. Yes. Rasta comes to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppressions of the poor have I arise. Listen, I come to judge all your judges. Behold, I come to teach all teachers. Dismantling all of their false leaders. Liberating all Africans. That's Shiloh holy only mission. Liberating all Africans. That is Rasta mission. So tell them just say, this is judgment on Babylon. Oh yeah, Rasta comes to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppressions of the poor have I arise. Yes, I come to defend.
Yes. Erev Tov, good evening. Here with the third, here for actually after the third day. You know, we're heading into the fourth day. But here, let's review right here, T to T, Testify Tuesday, 31st sabbatical study for this Shabbat Strong. Here we have Parashat Amor. Let's just hear some of the first words right here. That was the evening psalm. Psalm 82. Corrupt judges, right? Corrupt judges arraignment of corrupt judges. You know, the earthly Elohim, you know, of Yisrael. You know, some of the Elohim of Yisrael. Anyway, we get into that often and go into some of the details because a lot of people still have some misunderstandings about verse 6. But anyway, right here, right? Right here, some first words right here for this Torah.
Here, Shema Yisrael, Hebrew first words here for the 31st Rastafari sabbatical study, and here for this Shabbat Strong, here picking up in the third book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Leviticus. Here, Shema Yisrael, Hebrew first words here for the 31st Rastafari sabbatical study, and here for this Shabbat Strong, here picking up in the third book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Leviticus, here at Leviticus chapter 21, the Hebrew first words, here, give ear. Vayomer Yahuwah il Moshe Amor il HaKohanim b'nei Aharon ve'amarta aleihem lenefesh lo yitama be'amayo. And Jehovah said to Moses, to Moshe, Vayomer Yahuwah il Moshe Amor, speak, Amor, say, Amor illa HaKohanim, say to the priest, the Kohanim, HaKohanim, B'nei Aharon, the sons of Aaron, we amarta, and say, Elohim, saying to them, we amarta Elohim, nefesh, for a soul, a psyche, nefesh, lo yitama be'amayo, There shall no one defile or contaminate himself. Lo yitama, for the dead, linefesh, for a soul, a psyche, amayo. Hebrew first words, amor, for Shabbat, amor. Wayomer, Yahweh, il Moshe, אמור אל הכהנים בני אהרון ואמרת אליהם לנפש לא יטמא בעמיו. Hebrew first words here. אמור, speak. אמור, say.
I'm gonna testify.
O Lord, open thou my lips, my lips, my lips, my lips.
אדוני שפתי תפתח, 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 תפתח.
And my mouth shall show forth thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise.
ופי יגיד תהילתך.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לעשרה.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. All nations, inherit all nations, inherit all nations.
So here we have Mizmor Pei Beit.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לעשרה. אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל, בקרב אלוהים ישפוט. עד מתי תשפטו עוול, ופני רשעים תישאו סלע? שפטו דל ויתום, עני ורש הצדיקו. פלטו דל ואביון, מיד רשעים הצילו. לא ידעו ולא יבינו, בחשיכה יתהלכו, ימותו כל מוסדי הארץ. אני אמרתי, אלוהים אתם, ובני עליון כולכם. אכן כאדם תמותון, וכאחת השרים תיפול. ומה אלוהים שפטה הארץ, כי אתה תנחל בכל הגולים.
Lion of Judah Society.
Shema Yisrael. Here, Hebrew first words here for the 31st Rastafari sabbatical study. And here for this Shabbat strong, we have Amor here for Shabbat. Amor. Hebrew first words. Here we pick up. Here picking up with the third book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Leviticus. Here from the Sefer Vayikra. Here we have Vayikra Amor. Vayikra Amor. Here we pick up with the Kaf Aleph with the 21st chapter for the Lamed Aleph for the 31st Rastafari sabbatical study. And here for this Shabbat, here for Shabbat Amor. Hebrew first words right here. Shema Israel. Vayomer Yahuwah il Moshe Amor il ha-kohanim b'nei Aharon ve'amarta eleihem le'nefesh lo yit'ama be'amayo. And Jehovah said to Moshe, to Moses, Vayomer Yahuwah illa Moshe Amor, speak, Amor, speak, illa ha-kohanim, speak to the priest, to the kohanim, ha-kohanim, speak to the priest, b'nei Aharon, the sons of Aaron, with amarta, and say, Eleihem to them, li nefesh lo yit'ama be'amayo. There shall no one defile himself for the dead among his people. Li nefesh lo yit'ama be'amayo. There shall no one defile himself, li nefesh. Here in the Hebrew we have li nefesh. Translators and translations bring out the targum, the interpretive sense, where it reads in the translations that there shall no one defile himself for the dead, but Hebraically it says lit nefesh. Nefesh is soul. Nefesh is psyche. We say the psyche, the suke, or the soul. So in a more direct sense, not just a so-called literal, but more Hebraically direct sense, what is being said right here, for a soul, for a psyche? What and where is the soul, the psyche? Very, very important that we distinguish that. Another way of translating this would be that there shall no one defile himself for the soul, or for a soul, for one's psyche. Like sometimes ones might not want to say certain things because you don't want to upset somebody embodies soul or psyche. But here, in speaking directly to the Kohanim, to the priests, as we have here in the first words right here, Amor. Now, Amor from the Amar. So just for the Habarim, a note. Hopefully I can build on this. Ones can study and just follow this hint right here. The link with Amor. Amor, the command sense of speak or say. Amor. We have also Amar. And what's very interesting is that we have this sense, even here in this season, this time, according to the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, the daily psalm, there are some of the psalms, right, in this particular season that also have this key word. Right now there's the Amar, right? There's the Amar and there's the Omer. There is the Omer, to to like say the speaker, and there is the Omer, the Omer. One has an Aleph, and the other has the Ain. In other words, one has we would say a soft A sound, and one has the hard A sound. Like to really build on that, because even in the season and the counting of the Omer, what is the Omer? The Omer is a sheaf of wheat. So even if you look up even with the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, you will see that there are two similarly spelt and transliterated words within the English sense of it. This here needs more, how can we say, it needs more study, right? Doresh, get the full of the midrash, right? The midrash on what is being said right here with today's daily psalm, right? And the daily psalms, but also what is being said right here in this Torah portion for this Shavua, for this for this sabbatical study, for this Shabbat strong, for Shabbat Amor. So these are just a couple of first word builds.
Pause. Let's pause for a moment right here. Not the way they use pause, but pause in the regular sense of pausing. Right? Let's pause the audible right here. So here, while we're listening to this audible, evergreen audible, here we want to do this right here so we can show the two different letters, right? The two different letters. Because if they're pronounced the same way, there comes confusion, right? In the Hebrew speech, right? Let's just take a snapshot right there. So here we looked up, here, let's scroll this out. We looked up the Hebrew, for the search purposes, the Hebrew Aleph. Some spell it as in English and Latin as Aleph. So here's an audible here for this Torah portion, this reading and feeding right here for Parashat Amor. Amor, as we mentioned already, come from Amar. Now Amar is spelled Aleph, Mim, and Resh. A, M, and R, the basic fundamental letters. So the Hebrew Aleph. Now, some can spell Aleph in English, in Latin letters. So the English letters are actually Latin letters, right? So you can also spell it Alef. The older spelling, the PH, right? Sometimes the PH or the fe, right? So the P, pe, and fe. Pay, fe, fe. So here we have the PH. The PH often is the F sound, has the F sound in Latin letters and in quote English speech, right? So here is the basic, right? So we have Aleph, or you can write it as Alef. There's that variation within English, within the Latin letters. Remember, we're speaking about the biblical Ivrit, the biblical Hebrew, Ivrit, or more correctly, Yehudit, which is translated as the Jews' language, or the Judean form of the ancient Hebrew, right? Which we have in most of the scripture. We'll get into that. Why? Why the Judean? Why is the Judean? Because the tribe of Judah, right? The tribe of Judah was the last one on the field. We can say last standing. New Testament time, we have the Jews, quote, end quote, or the Judeans. Both those of the tribe and also those converted, to the way of the tribe, right? The way of the tribe of Judah. Remember the prophecy of the patriarch Yaakov, Jacob. We can touch on that, to get into that reasoning. But here, just on the basic of the Hebrew, what we're seeking to explain here, to kind of bring it out a little more on the screen for the Chaverim, here we have the Hebrew Aleph and the Hebrew Ain. So there's Aleph, and there's Ain, right? And so here, just to show what we're talking about right here. Now, this was a quick AI something while we was listening. We said, you know what? It'd be good to show the two letters, right? Because one might hear it, but, hearing it and seeing it kind of makes it more full, complete. So in the Hebrew, Aleph Beit or alphabet, here it says Aleph, and here, let's zoom in, Aleph and Ain, right? They say right here, they are both are guttural letters. Mm, I would not necessarily agree with that. The right? The ayn, right, is a guttural letter. That's the second one right there, the Ayin. But as you can see right here in the later, Hebrew font. So some would get all caught up in arguing about fontography. Fontography, the fonts like on the computer, like in English, there's different fonts that are kind of used and everything. If you notice, let's see down here. Okay, well, you should know what the fonts are. Anybody who use modern computers, you know what the fonts are. Basically, it's the style of the letters. You know what I'm saying? Be that as it may, right? You can see the Aleph. That's the Aleph, Asherit, Aleph, and there's the Ain, right? Right? Ain, right? So we have you see the two right there. Now you see they both are guttural letters. The guttural. Aleph is a soft letter. Aleph. In fact, in some I can say some teachers or in some like dictionaries and in some I always say language studies, they would say that the aleph is silent. You might have heard that, you might have read that they say aleph is silent, and it's like that what, that what is silent. No, it's a soft sound. It's a very soft sound. I think in the Koine Greek, they sometimes say when they try to explain the language to English and non, speakers, they say that one is like a kind of an aspirant. It's a kind of like very light on the breath, like aleph, right? And then you have ein. Actually, fully enunciated, it'll be more like ein. It has that sort of sound. You know what I mean? So we have the aleph and the ein. These are the two letters right here, right? So there's some words that is written with the, you know what, best thing to do right here at this particular point, right, is to give you an example of what we're speaking about right there. So here we're speaking about amar, right? To speak, to say, he said, right? He spoke, he uttered, right? Amar, right? Then there's the command that we have here in this Torah reading and feeding for the key word, amor. So amor is saying to say. Amar is like he said. Check it. Amar, he said, right? Third person, masculine, past tense. Amor is the command. Amor, right? Speaking to an individual male. Amor, to say, right? To say. Now, we're speaking about the Omer, right? The Omer, right? The Omer. Here we go right here. Omer. Let's see if we can bring this out. Okay, sheaf. Remember, we're counting the Omer, counting the sheaf, right? Where's the F? There we go, right there. Let's bring it up here. My sheaf, right? The first place we have sheaf in the English translation is Genesis chapter 37, verse 7. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, look, my sheaf arose and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaves stood round about and made obeisance. What Yosef is saying here, they worshipped, right? Making obeisance. The word shacha. They bow down. This is the word Hebraically for worship properly. They bow down, right? They bow down. Bringing it down here, they depress, they prostrate it in the sense of Hebrew, right? Especially reflexively in homage to royalty or to God. So we find verses in the scripture concerning even King David where and they bow down, they worshipped Yahweh, and they bow down and they worship the king, right? Speaking with King David, right? So see how that works with the worship there. Some people say, well, oh, you worship such and such. Well, we have to understand what is worship, right? What is worship? So notice what Joseph is saying right here. Joseph is saying, for behold, look and see, we were binding sheaves. So the word sheaves here, right? Here it is alam, right? Let's see, they bring out this word. This is alam. Alam, alumna, sheaf, right? Something bound, right? But let's go over here. And now notice over here, you see over here, this is sheaf. Notice the English is the same, right? Well, the English is the same, 37 and 7, and then we get to Leviticus 23 and 10. Now, this is actually in this Torah reading and feeding, for this Parasha Amor. Now, here it says, speak to the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel. It says children, but actually, literally, it is the sons of Yisrael. Right here, the word for son, right, or child, right, ben, right, in the verse, right, it's Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel. So speak, right. Now notice the word speak here is dabar, right, dabar, right, not amar, but dabar, right. So what's the difference between the amar and the dabar? Put a note on that. We'll touch on that. But here it says, speak to the Bnei Yisrael and say. Notice the word say. Say here is amar. So speak to the sons of Yisrael, say and saying to them, and say to them, when y'all be come into the land that I give, which, but that I give to you, not unto you, but to you, and reap the harvest thereof, then y'all shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest to the priest. Check. So notice here, you see the word sheaf, it says the H6016. Check it. Now over here in the first mention of sheaf, right, it is the H485. And the word here is alum. I'm reading the Hebrew at the top, but alumna. The transliteration is kind of backward because, in the Hebrew, we read from right to left. So the transliteration is actually reversed. So actually, the second word matches the first Hebrew word reading from right to left. So it's actually alum and alumna. Alum and aluma. Slicha, I think I said alumna, but actually aluma, right? What is the sheaf here in this context? A sheaf as something bound. Now, this is often used figuratively, like in the prophets, to symbolize of Yisrael, the Beta Israel, returning from exile. They'll be bound together, right? They'll be bound together, right? Coming from exile, right? So this right here is really something bound, right? Bound. What is bound, right? What is bound, right? So this is right here from Alam. Alam in the Hebrew, Alam for Aleph, Alam, not Alam with an ayin. That's a different word. So what I'm trying to say is that when we're reading from the English, we'll see things in transliteration and they look similar, but actually in proper biblical Afro-Semitic Hebrew speech, they'll be pronounced slightly different. I know I often use this kind of example. Some people don't like it, but I think it's appropriate. I would say just grow up. But it's like saying nigger and nigga, nigga. What's up, nigga, 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 and nigger? Right? It's the nuance there, right, between these two sounds, the and the the ga, the hard ga, the hard a in the ga. Right? That's basically the difference, one of the sonic differences. But here, this means to be bound. It can also mean not speaking, like to be dumb, to be bound, binding, right? Binding, right? It's both to tie something fast. So the literal sense of it is like you bound up, like you binding up like sheaves of wheat, right? You bind them together, you tie them fast, you bound them together, right? In the secondary sense, that is a kind of figurative of the first sense, the Hebrew two truths. It can mean to be tongue-tied, like to be bound, like almost like bound from speaking. You can't say nothing. You're put to silence in that sense of bound. So the Hebrew words tend to have like a kind of a duality. We say the two truths, the Hebrew two truths. We call it the Hebrew two truths, the two truths. So here you see in the English the word sheaf, right? You see sheaf and sheaves. If you notice the word sheaves, right, and the word sheaf, right, is both the H485, alum, aluma. But then over here in Leviticus chapter 23 and 10, it says here, then y'all shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits. Now you notice the same English word, SHEAF, right? But here the H6016, right, in the verse is the Omer. So that's all we're saying just a little briefly about the Omer. So we have the Omer, right? Now, let's just bring this back here so you can hear this once again.
Or how can we say it needs more study, right? Doresh, get the full of the midrash, right? The midrash on what is being said right here with today's daily. I'd like to really build on that because even in the season and the counting of the Omer, what is the
Pause. So the Omer, this is Omer, right? Because there's another word, Omer. So Omer is the sayer. Omer is the sayer, and the Omer is the sheaf of wheat. The Omer. Now, of course, if you look in the English, they both are kind of transliterated as Omer, right? So possible confusion can come about if you're just looking at the English between the speaker and the dry measure. That's 1/10 of an apha, or in modern measurements, it's about 2 liters. 2 liters, right? 2 liters, right? It's a dry measure, right? Here, the second entry is a sheaf, right? A sheaf of wheat, right? So here, the Hebrew definition, the Strong's definition right here, a heap, right, or a sheaf, right? Also, it says an omer, as a dry measure, omer. So there's omer and there's omer and omer. In fact, the sound is so hard, right? When I say it's not so hard, like it's difficult, well, it's challenging, but practice makes perfect. But it's so hard that sometimes in transliteration, it's actually translated as a G, as a G. Now, just to give you a little example of this right here, because this is a little bit on the nuance of the Hebrew, let's look at the word Gaza. Gaza. It's been in the news for a while, right? Right, Gaza. So you see right here, Gaza, right, in Genesis 10 and 19. This is just on the difference between the soft A and hard A. Let's just call it the soft A and the hard A, right? The soft A, the light A, and the hard A. Between the the aleph and the ayn. The aleph, ayn. Here it says, and the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as thou comest to Gerar, to Gaza. Here's how we look at it, right? We see Gaza for G, right? You see the G, Gaza, right? As thou goest to Sodom, or they say Sodom, but Sodom and Gomorrah. Also check the word Gomorrah, right? This is a beautiful verse here because we got 2 examples of what we're talking about. And Admah and Zeboim, even to Lasha, right? Let's look at the note quickly. Okay, there we go. You see right there? See right there? So here, the translator's note here, right? Here it has Gaza. So we say it in English as Gaza. So when we say Gaza, but in Hebrew, it's actually Azza. So in the Hebrew, it's Azza. So if we're speaking Hebrew, we wouldn't call it Gaza in the Hebrew, speaking Hebrew, or even in the other Afro-Semitic languages. Actually, it is Azza. Because when we look at this here, you notice here, if you can see what says original, you see that first letter reading from right, right to left, next to original. You see original. Now look at the right hand and look at the 3 letters, right? So we have Ein, Zain, and Hey. Ein, Zain, and Hey. Now let's go over here for a moment. You see, that's this letter right there. That's that letter right there, Ein. You see how it looks in the parenthesis? You see right there in the parenthesis. Now that's the same letter right here in the other font type. You see it like that right there, right? So it's Azza. Azza means to be strong. Azza. Another name for, quote, Gaza, end quote. So in translation, it's usually as Gaza. Why is it Gaza instead of with the A? Because it's been noted that the sound is so kind of deep that non-Semitic, Afro-Semitic speakers, it's hard for them to enunciate the ah, like in the ein. To them, it sounds like a G. It sounds like Gaza, Gaza, Gaza. It's hard for them to say Azza, Azza, so they say Gaza. That's why it's transliterated that way, right? Then also when it says Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Gomorrah, you see, it begins for G, Gomorrah, but actually in the Hebrew it is Amora, 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 right? Gomorrah, Amora. Here we go, Amora, right? Amora, right? In the Hebrew, Amora, right? And it comes from this. Notice where it comes from, Amar, Amar. Now remember, this Torah reading and feeding is Amor that comes from Amar, Amar, right? Amar. But the word for sheaf, Omer, comes from Amar, Amar, Amar. So here we have Amar. Notice what Amar means. It also means to bind sheaves, right? And when the sheaves are bound, going back to the first word in the scripture for sheaf, it becomes an alum, aluma, right? Or alumot, alumot, that which is bound. So the verb to do it, right? The verb amar, and then what it becomes when it is bound is the alum. And what are we binding here? We're binding the omer, 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 right? So here to bind sheaves. Just want to bring out these the hard and soft sound. I think Adama, Adama is still. Let's see what Adama. Adama is Aleph. Adama, Adama. But if the Aleph was the Ain, it would sound like Adma, 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 Gadma, 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 Adma. Just for once overs. So here Adma, right, means red earth. You see something interesting about that word? The ADM. If you take the A and you put it between the D and the M, we have Adam. Adam, right? Adam, reddish brown, like the ground, red earth, reddish brown ground, right? So what did Adam look like, right? You know, what sort of so-called humanity did he look like? Right? Earthy, reddish brown, the reddish brown ground. Right? Can't really say black, black, but basically within the range of melanated complexions. Yes? Yes. But anyway, this is just a kind of example that even in translation, right, the word gerar actually does begin with the gimel, the G, right, in Hebrew, gerar, gerar, a lodging place. But the word Gaza in the Hebrew doesn't begin with a G, it begins with a Ain. Azza, Azza, Gaza, Gaza, Azza, Azza, Gaza, Gaza, Azza, right? So then we have Gomorrah, Gomorrah, not with a G, Gomorrah, but Amora, Amora, Gomorrah, Gomorrah, Amora. See, I want to point this out because it's a little interesting kind of pun within the Hebrew when we go over here, right? Let's go back to the other search right here. Let's go back to sheaf. Let's go back to sheaf. This is a little bit on the linguistics here, right? But there's a little point here. I hope ones are able to get with this as well because we're in Shabbat Amor. Amor is to speak, to say, right? And this Shabbat, this Torah reading and feeding covers this chapter here. And here we're in the season of Shavuot, or the season of counting up to Shavuot, the Feast of Weeks, the Feast of Harvest, right? And this is what this is speaking about right here on the screen. Speak to the sons of Israel and say to them. Now, this here in Leviticus 23 and 10 is the third of the appointments during the first of the 3 times in the year. So it's the third of the 7, what ones might say, holidays, holy days, right, within the Hebrew holy calendar year, right? And this is the third, right, of the 3 that occurs in the Passover season, right? And this corresponds with the resurrection, right? Techiyah, right? The resurrection of Moshiach, right? Being the first fruits. So we read in the New Covenant, New Testament, that Yeshua is the first fruits, right? And then his brothers, and then the other followers and believers, they become the fuller crop. that grow. So he's the first that rose up, and then we get the Pentecost, and then we get that gathering, and then we get more coming to the number, so he's like that first fruits. So on the day here, spoken Leviticus 23 and 10, right, at one time for all time, when Yeshua, right, was witnessed to have been risen, right, was the same day that they was bringing forward the first fruits that we have here. So when it says that Yeshua fulfilling the Old Testament types, this is one example of it right here. So first fruits within Leviticus 23 and 10 in the new covenant, it corresponds to the resurrection of Moshiach, and Moshiach, Yeshua, being that first fruit, right? That is risen, right? He is risen. And then it's from this day, right? This day that's spoken about right here in Leviticus 23 and 10, the first fruits, right? Let's go over here. Let's go over here. This that was 10. This is 11. Look what it says. And he shall wave the sheaf, right? The what? The omer. The omer shall wave the omer, right? Before Yahweh to be accepted for you when? When? On the morrow after the Shabbat. So this is the Shabbat. When is the morrow? Tomorrow is the next day. So if the Shabbat, as they say, is Saturday, what's called Saturday by the Gentiles, well, on the next day, right, after the Shabbat is the first day of the Shavuot, the first day that they call Sunday, right? On the morrow after the Shabbat, the priest shall wave it, right? And then as we go through this, we go down here, right? They should wave it. Let's go here. And now here's where we are in the count, right? We're currently counting the fourth, completing the fourth of the 3 weeks. We've completed 3 Shabbats complete, right? Since this time right here, right? Since 23 and 10. 23 and 10 is the resurrection of Moshiach, first fruits, right? And then over here, right, it says over here in verse 15, and y'all shall count to you from the morrow, right, after the Shabbat. So the Shabbat, 7th day, the morrow, the next day, first day of the Shavuot, first day of the week, that's called by the Gentiles Sunday. So no, we don't have no Sunday worship as Hebrews according to the scripture, because we never call the first day Sunday. The Gentiles call the first day Sunday. So when some of the overzealous amongst the fellow Hebrews and fellow Israelites that say we don't have no Sunday worship, you are correct only in the fact that we don't call it Sunday. But is there anything that we're supposed to do on the same day that other peoples, the Gentiles, call Sunday? Yes. Yes, that's the first fruits. The first fruits, right, must be offered on the morrow after the Shabbat, right? And then from that morrow after the Shabbat, as it says here in 23 and 15, and ye y'all shall count to you from the morrow after the Shabbat, from the day that y'all brought the sheaf. The what? The sheaf. The what? The omer. The day that you brought ha-omer. Omer, right? The sheaf of the wave offering, that's called the tenufa, the wave offering, right? Now, from our studies, we see that the type of the what they call like making the cross, the sign of the cross. People make the sign of the cross. Well, the tenufa, when it was performed in a somewhat similar pattern. The offering would be lifted up like to heaven, brought down to earth, and from you could say right to left, like to the 4 cardinal directions, the tenufa, the wave offering, right? So we say from our studies that this is the logical kind of connection with what is called the sign of the cross. So of course he will be signing themselves, right? When you make the sign of the cross, but that's the wave offering, right? And how the wave offering, right, is connected right here with the resurrection of Moshiach, right? The first fruits. Right, the first fruits. We'll touch on that. Was it the sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest to the priest? Right, and he shall wave the sheaf, lifnei Yahuwah, to be accepted for you. When? It's about time, right? What time? On the morrow after the Shabbat. So is this offered on the Shabbat? No, no. But it's offered on the morrow after the Shabbat, the first day of the Shavuot, that the Gentiles call Sunday. right? And ye shall offer that day when you wave the sheaf, right? The omer, and he lamb without blemish of the first year for an olah, burnt offering la Yahweh, right? To Yahweh. And here in 23:15 it says this is where the count when we're counting the 7 Shabbats complete. Right? This is how we get to like Pentecost, what's called Pentecost, the 50th day, right? Pentecost is also known as the Feast of Weeks, right? It's also known as the harvest. Check, right? So Leviticus 23:15. So one say, well, how did he fulfill the Old Testament types? How is it said that Yeshua, right, is a substance we have in the new covenant, the substance of what we have in the Old Testament as a shadow? Well, let's look at this as a shadow that we can see the true image projected, right? What is a shadow, right? When we see a shadow, right, it's an object standing in light. So when we see anything that's in the shadow, it's basically there's some object that's standing in the light that's causing a shadow, right? So Moshiach, the new covenant, is seen to be that object, the true object that is projecting the shadow that we have here in the law, right? The shadow, right? So here it says, and y'all shall count, right, in the shadow of the Most High. Yeah. Yes, I, Rastafari. And y'all shall count to you from the what? From the morrow after the Shabbat, from the day, from the what? From the day that y'all brought the sheaf. That's back in verse 10, right? Back in verse 10, a couple of verses before, right? Of the wave offering, what shall we count? 7 Shabbats shall be complete. 7 Shabbats shall be complete. Okay, let's do this right here so you can see the rest of the thought, the rest of the verse, right? Even to the morrow after the 7th Shabbat. A little bit of math here. 7, right? 7 days in the Shavua, right? It says count 7 Shabbat. So basically we're counting 7 weeks, right? Since the Shabbat represents the 7th day, right? Right there of the week, completing the set right there. So 7 times 7 is 49. And then it says this right here. Even to the morrow after the 7th Shabbat, right? The next day after the 7th, 49 plus 1. So that's 50. That's where we get the idea of the 50th day. And that's what is called in another language, the Koine Greek, as Pentecoste or Pentecost. Yes? Shall your number, you see what it says? 50 days, right? Shall we number what? Chamishim. In the Hebrew, 50, right, would be Chamishim. 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 Chamishim is 50. 50 days. 50 days. 50 days. Chamishim. Right? And that's what's translated, right, in the later language or the Koine Greek, right? The synagogue, we call it synagogue Greek, right? But the Koine Greek as Pentecoste. Because Pentecoste is like when I say 50, right? That's English, right? So if I would say chamishim, and you don't know what chamishim, so all the people, but you speak English, so I have to try to say it. If I want you to understand it, I can't say chamishim, because what is chamishim? And I say chamishim is chamishim. You say, what is chamishim, right? If I say, oh, chamishim is 50, you get it. So the same thing. Chamishim in the new covenant sense, not all were highly proficient, right? Because we have to understand, it's like today we say, okay, we Hebrews, we Beta Israel, we're Israelites, but we speak in English, right? So let's not be like hypocritical, because some people are like, oh, the New Testament's in Greek, it's in Greek, and we're not Greeks, but you speak English. Are you English? 50 days, and y'all shall offer a new meat offering. Another false translation, meat offering, right? Meat. We hear meat today, we think about meat, right? But here this word is mincha. Some Yehudi, some Jews say mincha. They say mincha. But more fully enunciated is mincha. But some will say mincha, right? Be that as it may, it's a gift, a tribute, an offering. Let's scroll down here. But what is it really? What is it really? It is really a grain offering. Where's the meat? See, it's not talking about meat in the sense of debtors or flesh. It's talking about grain. But think about it. they're counting, okay, Abib, the first month where Passover occurs, the springtime, the month is called Abib. Abib means barley, right? Because barley grows faster than wheat, right? And then on Bikurim, first fruits, we present, and the Israelites are to present a sheaf of the wheat that is growing, and the priests wave it to be accepted, right? But then, right, they are not to eat any of it, right, until they bring an offering after they fulfilled the count, right? Let's scroll down here just to show this right here. All right, so here's another way of understanding what falsely is called the meat offering. There's no meat in it, right? To say there's no debtors, there's no flesh. It says specifically a sacrificial offering, open parenthesis, usually bloodless and voluntary. So, what is a mincha? Mincha. What's a mincha? Right? Mincha. It's a sacrificial offering, right? A grain offering, right? And it's usually bloodless, right? And it's also a voluntary offering. Oh, just a point of order. Not all offerings were mandatory. That's why it says in the beginning of Leviticus, if, if, if a man, right, wanted to, sacrifice a sacrifice to Yahweh, right, or offer offering, this is how you do it. That's what Leviticus is saying, right? No more could they just offer any way they wanted to offer. Even in the patriarchal times, you'll notice something that the patriarchs, they did certain things, right, in certain ways, that when we get to the Torah, right, at Sinai, right, was called Moses' law, the Torah of Moses, right? But when we get to the law at Sinai, some things that were permissible during the patriarchal times are no longer permissible. For example, well, there should be no grove, no like garden or little grove next to the altar. But then we read about Abraham when he offered, there was a grove right there, right? In the Torah, right? The Torah revealed to Moses and the Israelites at Sinai, right? There is to be no standing image, like no stela, no obelisk, no howlet, right there. But then we read about Yaakov, the patriarch, right? When he put the stones for his pillow, right? And he had a close encounter and he said, whoa, this is a dreadful place. I didn't even know that Yahweh was in this place. What did he do? He took the stones that he used for a pillar, right? And he raised up a type of like a mini obelisk or a howlet, a stela, right? A stela, like we see in Ethiopian Aksum, and then, well, there's a difference between the Aksumite, right, pillars. The Aksumite pillars we call circumcised. The Egyptian pillars or stelas or obelisks are actually bull penises. That's what they are. They're bull penises, but the Ethiopian ones are circumcised. That's the point. See, all this comes into the text, so we're just keeping it, a buck, 100. Some people might be like, why you have to say that? Because it's what it is, right? The people understood what it is. Do you want to know the truth? Right? Can you handle the truth? So anyway, it says, even to the morrow after the seventh Shabbat, right, shall you number 50 days, and y'all shall offer a new mincha, right, a new grain offering, right, a new bloodless and voluntary offering like Yahweh, right. And then it tells us furthermore, it says to just double down on the mincha being grain. It says, y'all shall bring out of your habitation 2 wave loaves. To what? Wave loaves, right? Lechem, 2 wave loaves of 2/10 deals. The tenth deal is actually a measurement, right? Isaron, the Isaron. Isaron is a tenth part. It's like a tithe, not actually the word always used for tithes, but it does mean mathematically a tenth part, like a fractional, right? Like a fractal, a fractional, right? Tenth deals, but it's talking about the weight, right? They shall be, what will they be made of? They shall be of fine flour, right? Fine flour. Fine what? Flour, right? Solet, right? The fine flour, right? And where do we get flour from? Flour comes from certain types of grain, right? Like wheat, from wheat and corn, and that's where we can get flour, cornmeal, and flour, and from wheat, and they shall be what? Bacon, right? They should be bacon with leaven. Uh oh, I'm saying because you notice in the first of the three times at the Passover unleavened bread during that time, we're to have the 7 days of what kind of bread? Unleavened bread. Unleavened bread. It says no leaven shall be seen, right? But then when we get 50 days later, check, about 50 days later, we have to bring forward, the Israelites had to bring forward covenant wise a mincha offering. And that mincha offering, right, it had to be what? 2 wave loaves, right, of the weight approximately of 2/10 deals. And they should be made of what? Of fine flour. And they should be what? They should be baking with leaven. So we got the reason on that. Why in Passover no leaven? It says no leaven to be seen, and we are unleavened. No leaven, we are unleavened. But then, as we count 7 Shabbats complete on the morrow after, on the Chamishim, on the 50th day, right? Israelites bring forward what? A mincha, right? A mincha offering, right? And that offering would be 2 wave loaves, right? 2/10 deals made of fine flour, and also bacon. They had to be baked with leaven. So during the Passover time, it's like unleavened bread. It's like flat bread, unleavened bread, right? The bread of affliction, the poor man, the poor man's bread, right? In Mitzrayim, the poor man's bread is like the unleavened bread, right? That flat bread, so to speak, right? But then after the 50 days count, as we count the growth, right? The growth of the crops, especially of the wheat, as we count the growth, right? On the 50th day, right? We are to bring forward, right? 2 loaves of bread, so to speak, right? That had to be baking, notice, with leaven, right? Like raised up bread. So this is like the rich man's bread, right? And they are the what? The first fruits, right? La Yahweh. They are the first fruits to he who be who he be. Another important fact is this right here, right? Let's go over here. It says, right? So after we offer 50 days earlier, right, during the time of Passover unleavened bread, when we offer the first fruits, that sheaf, that omer of wheat, right? After that, it says, y'all shall eat neither bread. So for about 50 days, right, until the crops grow, right? Eat neither bread nor parched corn. Khan, no parched corn, no parched corn, nor green ears, right? Green ears until the self same day that y'all have brought an offering, right? Brought an offering, a korban. So here we have korban, right? The 2 different dialects in Hebrew, north and south. You know how it goes, right? East Coast, West Coast. But here we have korban. Some speakers speak it as korban. Others in their dialect enunciate as korban, and korban, right? Being a Yehudi, we say korban, but others say korban, right? Offering, right? Oblation, right? Actually, it means something brought near, right? From the word karab, to come near, to draw near. Karab, like Krav Maga, right? To draw near, right? So until you have brought an offering, right, to your Elohim, right? It shall be a statute, right? A prescription forever throughout your generations and all of your dwellings. And then it says, that's why the next verse says, and y'all shall count. See, this is all about Shavuot, from Sinai to the upper room of Zion, right? So right here. So here, 7 Sabbaths shall be complete, right? So we had to bring this out just to make this connection right here, because notice it's all about the sheaf, the omer, right? The omer. And this is found in this Torah portion, reading and feeding Amor, say to the priests, right? And to the children of Israel, because here in this particular chapter, it says, Yahuwah spake to Moshe, saying, speak here to the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, concerning what? Right? Concerning the feast of Yahweh, that y'all, right, that y'all shall proclaim, right? So the priests and the Levites proclaim it, and then the Israelites, we proclaim it, right? So they let us know, okay, boom, this is what's coming forward, right? And then we let one another know this is what's coming forward. Time to prep, time to prepare, right? To be holy convocations, mikra kodesh. Even these are mo'adai. These are my mo'adim, right? These are my mo'ada, right? My appointments, right? This word can mean like appointed place, appointed time, and appointed meeting, right? A meeting, right? Appointment, but it has to do with the time, but also the place, right? Then it says 6 days. So the first, right? The first of the feasts, the festivals, in season and out of season is Shabbat. It says here, the first is 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Shabbat of rest and holy convocation, Mikra Kodesh, a holy set apart convocation, out called assembly. The word holy convocation is the principle for what is truly, right, in truth, the church. The church is not the building, but the church is the people coming together for a set apart purpose, right? Y'all shall do no work therein. It is the Shabbat of Yahweh. So it's actually Yahweh's Shabbat, right, in all your dwelling. Then notice what it says next. Next, after first laying down as a principle the Shabbat. So the Shabbat is the key. After laying down the principle of the Shabbat, because here's what we're working on, right? The Pentecost count, the Shavuot count, Torah, Messiah, the Spirit, right? Right here, right? And it says these, the feasts, Mo'adim, or the Mo'adei Yahweh, the feasts, the Mo'eds, right, of Yahweh, right, even holy convocations, Mikra Kodesh, right, that y'all shall proclaim when? In their season. Notice this. Have you noticed this? Look at the word season, right? The word season is Mo'ed, Mo'ed and Mo'ada, Mo'ed, Mo'ada, right? They are Mo'eds, Mo'adim. Notice the feast, the festivals of Yahuwah, they are Mo'eds. The translator says feast over there, and it says seasons over there. That word right there, the word feast there, it should better be translated. These are the appointments, right? You know, these like the appointed times, a little more better. Where it says these are the feasts, these are the appointed time. But the point we're making right here is that the H4150 is Moed, right? Moedei Yahweh. And then over here is like in their Moeds, Moedim, in their appointed times, right? And then what does it begin off with? It begins off where we began off here, right? In the holy season, right? The Hebrew churchical season, right? Holy convocation season. In the 14th, right, of the first month, at even, right, or between the evenings is Yahweh's Pesach, right? So as we go through it, the 15th day, right, giving us time in the first day, right, of the unleavened bread, right, and the last day is holy. And then it says this, and Yahweh spake to Moshe, saying, speak to the Bnei Israel and say to them, when ye be come into the land which I give to you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then y'all shall bring a sheaf. This is the Omer, a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest to the priest, right? A sheaf or a handful. You see, the Hebrew there is the Omer. So when we're speaking about Moshiach, right? Let's do this right here. Let's clear that. Let's put first, right? First, right? Fruit. Oh no, go there we go. Let's take first fruit and let's look this up. Right? Wow, there's 33 verses, 3-3. Right? Don't make more out of it, but it's interesting. 33 verses. Exodus 23:16, the feast of harvest. The feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labor that thou hast sown in thy field. Right? So here in Leviticus 23, from verse 15, is speaking about the 3 times in the year. It's speaking about the feast of unleavened bread, i.e., that is to say, Passover. So we might say Passover the whole season, but it's often called scripturally the feast of unleavened bread for the 7 days, right? Then it speaks about the second of the 3 times, which is what we're doing the count here to the harvest time. The Feast of Weeks was called the 50th day or Pentecost, also called the Feast of Harvest, right? Which is the first fruits, right, of thy labors that thou hast sown in the field. Then lastly, the third of the 3 times is the Feast of Ingathering, speaking of the tabernacle, Sukkot, the tabernacle times. Notice what it says here, the Feast of Ingathering, which is at the end of the year. Right? So when we say for the first 7 months is the Hebrew Holy Year, and we come to the end of the year, and some of us may mention about Rosh Hashanah and the civil new year, some people become confused. They say, oh, that's some Jewish Yiddish thing. No, it's not. It's Torah. See, when people say that, they really don't know Torah well enough. Right? They think they know. But what about this, which is the end of the year? The Feast of Ingathering occurs in the 7th month. Mm. So why does the scripture says it's the end of the year? Because it's the end of the year. It's the end of the holy part of the year, the holy convocation year, beginning from the first month, roughly March, April, right? Till we get to roughly September, October. Check, right? At the end of the year, the end of the sun cycle. The sun begins to change. The summertime is going out, wintertime is coming in, and it's not good for agricultural purposes. Check. Right? But see, we won't really know that if we're living under the Gentiles and they become our servants. Canaan, he shall be a servant of servants. Right? Is the white man, the system, the Canaanites spiritually? They do all they serve, right? They keep the lights going, they keep the water running, they keep the food moving back and forth. We make orders, ordering things from foreign, China, wherever it comes, it goes, the whole system of things just keep going. We're served, right? All we have to do is probably pay a little bit of money, right? But they are servants, right? Anyway, when thou hast gathered in the labors out of thy field. Then it talks about first fruits. Okay, this is all first fruits in the Old Testament, right? First fruits. We're getting a basic idea. But let's go forward a little bit. Let's go to not Jeremiah. Let's see when we get to crossover, get to the New Testament. Okay, right? So here we get to New Testament, Romans 8:23. Something about this 23, Leviticus 23, Exodus 23. Here we, right? 23 and me. Anyway, Romans 8:23. Right? 23rd of July. Yeah. And not only this is now Rabbi Shaul, the Apostle Paul, right? Breaking it down and building it up, the reasoning, right? For the Nazarenes, right? And not only they, but ourselves also, right? Which have, who have, because some are us. Are we witches? No. Who have the first fruits, the first fruits of the Spirit. First fruits of the what? The Spirit. All right. So we see the first example, the earthly type, the natural type, the first fruits of the ground. Right? The first fruits of the ground. Right? And now here's about the first fruits of the Spirit. Even we ourselves, grown within ourselves, waiting. What are we waiting? Waiting for the adoption. We're waiting to be adopted. We're waiting for the adoption. Right? To wit, the redemption, the what? The redemption, the redemption of our body. And then it goes over here, 11 and 16. For if the first fruit, right, holy, now notice over here, he said over here, pay attention. He said in Romans 8:23, right, we also ourselves who have the first fruits, S, plural, right? Romans 11:16, it says, for if the first fruit, singularity, if the first fruit, right? This is speaking about Moshiach, Yeshua. He's the first fruit of those that risen from the dead. Yeah. For if the first fruit, right, holy, set apart, right? What is the previous Kedoshim? Y'all shall be holy ones, set apart ones. Ki ani kadosh, for I am kadosh. Right? And Yeshaya got that revelation where they said kadosh, kadosh, kadosh. But here it says, for if the first fruit, right, is kadosh, holy, set apart, the lump is also, right? And if the root, if the root be kadosh, be holy, so are the branches. So right there, he's breaking something down for us, right? See, Rabbi Shaul and to the other Yehudi, when he's saying this, right, the immediate thing that comes to their mind, not like some of those in Christianities and Gentile Christianities, who fathers have they've inherited lies from their fathers. That's why you got a lot of confusion, in different churches and different misinterpretations, right? But for Paul, right, and the other Judahites and Israelites and Hebrews, they understood what Paul is saying. Paul is pointing to what we just went to, right? We went to concerning the first fruits, right, and concerning Pentecost, right, concerning him in singularity, bringing forward us, right, in unity with him, right? And for if the first fruit be set apart, then the lump also, right? And if the root, if the root be holy, set apart, so are the branches. So Moshiach, right, the first fruit, Moshiach, the root, we, the lump, we, the branches. Check, right? Check, right? Now it's kind of interesting right there, but let's go on right here, right? Likewise, right? Greet the church, right? That is in their house. Look what it says. The church. The church was in the building. The church was the people gathered together, like it says in the Torah, for the holy convocation, the Mikra Kodesh, the set apart out call gatherings, right? And that was the church here, right? In their house. Salute my well beloved Epenetus, who is the what? First fruits. Right? Say he is the first fruits of Achaia to Moshiach. So he's that first one amongst that community of people, that was called out and came into the way, the truth, and the life. Let's go on, right? To become even more clear here. First Corinthians 15:20, but now is Moshiach, Messiah, the anointed Christ, risen from the dead, right? Risen. It's like, remember there was a part where Messiah said that, like, almost like one is like a fool if they don't understand that the seed, right? Like when you sow a seed, the seed has to die. The seed has to die. How does the seed die? You take the seed and you put it in the ground, right? It's dead. What do they do with a person who passed away or died, right? The basic principle also, you put them in the ground too, right? But it's a difference because here it's pointing to the seed, here it's pointing to Christ and Messiah. But now is Messiah risen from the dead, likened to how when a seed is put into the ground, right? And then you water, you do what you got to do, right? And heaven and nature and the Almighty also, if he blesses it, you begin to see something begin to grow. Something is you see the blade, something shooting up from the ground, right? That's why it says, but now is Messiah or Yeshua, speaking of Christ, right, risen from the dead, right? And he's become what? He's become the first fruits, right, of them that sleep. So he is the first fruit, but he has become the first fruits. In other words, it's he and we, right? And that the early ones in the upper room of Zion and Pentecost is all in him, right? So yes, they have raised up, they have become first fruits, but because of the first fruit. It's just like when the first fruit is waved, right? And then 50 days later, right, the crops now are grown. So you have that first one, the first of the crops, right? And then it says, but every man in his own order, right? In his own order, his own seder, right? Moshiach, Christ, right? The first fruits. So this is interesting here. Though Yeshua, Moshiach, was the first fruit, here is speaking of Christ as the first fruits, right? In other words, if we are those first fruits, right, and he is Moshiach, right? You see the he and we, right? And as His Majesty said in his prayer, you know what I mean? Our Godfather speaking to the Son, may our kin and brothers who rise up in the future take note of the word that you have spoken. Without me, y'all can do nothing. And with understanding, I was saying this, with thee, right, they can do all things, right? So here it says Moshiach or Christ, the first fruits. Afterward, they that are Christ, that belong to him at his coming, right? A little bit more right here, right? 1 Corinthians 16 and 15. I beseech you, brethren, y'all know the house of Stephanus, that it is the first fruits of Achaia, right? And they have addicted themselves. Wow. in the Bible, addiction. Look, they have done what? They've addicted themselves, right? Tasso. They've put in order to station. This is what it means, right? To place in a certain order, to arrange, to assign a place. Let's go down right here, right? They say to arrange in an orderly manner, that is, assign or dispose to a certain position, like hold your position, play your position, right? But here, this is translated here, kind of interesting, ain't it? The way they translated it here. They have addicted themselves. They become addicted, right? They were addicts to what? What were they addicts to? To the ministry, right, of the Kedoshim, the Hasidim, to the ministry of the saints, right, to the ministry of the holy ones, right? James, because remember, in the old covenant, the Israelites were called to be Kedoshim, right? Right? And who served them? It was Aharon, right? The priests, right? Aharon and the Kohanim and the Levites. They served in the holy place in a somewhat similar sense as Moshiach, right? Yeshua, right? Being, right? Our high priest after the order of Melchizedek, right? And those who are in Moshiach, like these ones here, addicting themselves to the ministry of the Kedoshim, of the saints, of the set apart ones. Just a couple more verses here. James 1 and 18. Of his own will, of what? Of his own will begat he us with the word of truth. So that means of his own will, he begat us, right? He gave birth to us. Remember when Yeshua speaks that first of all the parables in Matthew chapter 13, Chavarim, when he speaks about the sower, the Zorea, the sower sowing, going forth to sow the seed. And then he explains the mashal, the parable, the allegory. They say it's all allegorical. Well, give us the mystery of the allegory. Right? Moshiach does that in Matthew chapter 13. First, he talked about the seed, and the seed by the wayside, the seed on stony ground, the seed on thorny ground, then the seed on good ground. Right? Then he explains it and said that the seed is the word. He said, when anyone hears the word of the kingdom, right? The word. So here he begot us by the word of truth. That is his seed. Check, right? His seed by the word of truth, right? That that we should be, right? If we make our wills obedient, right? A kind of first fruits, a type, everything according to its kind. Remember in the beginning, right? As it was in the beginning, should be a kind of first fruits, right? Of his creatures, of his creation, right? One more verse right here. I think this is the last year. Here's the last verse, first fruits, right? That we have in the translation in the New Testament. There might be other hidden verses. When we find them, we'll share them. These are they, right, that are not defiled with woman, for they are virgins. These are they that follow the Lamb, whithersoever or wheresoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits. The what? The first fruits to Elohim, to God, and to Haseh, to the Seh, to the Lamb. Right here. They were redeemed. They were bought. So right here. This is just kind of like, I know we kind of interrupted the audible there, just to kind of bring this out a little bit more here, and just to bring it down to where we were at, because here we were actually touching on some of the first words here. Let's bring this out here. This is where, right? Okay, that's actually on the dead body, but it's in that chapter right there. Here's where we were at right here.
And what is
All
the
right.
Omer? The Omer is a sheaf of wheat. So even if you look up even the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, you will see that there are two similarly spelt and transliterated words within the English sense of it. This here needs more, how can we say, it needs more study, right? Doresh, get the full of the midrash, right? The midrash on what is being said right here with today's daily psalm, right, and the daily psalms, but also what is being said right here in this Torah portion for this Shavua, for this for this sabbatical study, for this Shabbat strong, for Shabbat Amor. So these are just a couple of first word builds. The Torah portions Amor. Some might read it as Emor, but the pronunciation of pointing is Amor. So the sense of the pointing is the pointing is very important to point to the pointing. Because among some of the camps, some of the Israelites, they have a zeal, but not a knowledge, and they will say, well, there is only, a few vowels, and they will ignore, right, the attention to the details. And this is what will cause, in a real use of the Hebrew and the Hebraics of it all, enough and much, but enough confusion. Right, so here to avoid the confusion, we're giving a couple of extra words for emphasis. So the Amor is a command is an imperative sense. It will be called the imperative, like a commandment sense, when speaking to a male, right? Speaking directly to a male and saying to that male to speak, but the real sense is to in a sense, we have daber, which is speak. What's the difference between daber, speak, right, and amor, speak? We would translate this more as like say, right, say to them, and this kind of comes out, say to the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to them, right, where it says, why yomer, often sometimes as spoke, or why yomer, even the why yomer, looking at the Hebrew, why yo aleph mer, but the pointing there, why yomer, and he said, and we have omer, to say the speaker. In Psalm 45, the royal wedding psalm, we have Omer Ani Ma Isai Lit Melech. I say, my work, Ma Isai. Ma Isai is concerning a king or for the king. Omer Ani Ma Isai Lit Melech. So we have that there. And then in Psalm 14, the earlier form of Psalm 53, as well as Psalm 53, in the key opening, we have the key opening verse. It says, Amar Nabal, Belibo, Ein Elohim. That the full half, Amar, the Amar. So we have the Amar sense to say, right? So Nabal said, Amar Nabal Belibo, Ein Elohim. So the emphasis here is the Amar. So we have the Amar, we have the Omer, right? And here, for the 31st sabbatical study, this Torah portion reading and feeding, Amor, we have Amor. Now this root is also found furthermore where it reads, We'amarta Elohim, the phrase, and say to them, We'amarta, and you saying to them, what shall you be saying? Say to them, and this is what you're going to be saying to them. We'amarta Elohim, lid nefesh, for a soul, or to a soul, lo yitama, not to defile or make oneself contaminated, bi amayo, for his people, right? For his people, for one among his people. Now note that this here is speaking strictly, right, to the Kohanim, to the Kohanim. As it says, Amor illaha Kohanim b'nei Aharon. Speak to the priests and identifying that who are the priests, right? Who are the priests? In some areas of scripture, like who is speaking, who is being spoken to, and what has been spoken, what has been said. Who is speaking, right? And who is being spoken to, and what is being said. Very, very important. Speak or say to the priest. So previously we had the warning. After having warned Yisrael, the Bnei Yisrael, we said the rank and file among the Israelites, the priests included that they must aim at set apartness, the Kedusha, the holiness, Kedisana, the set apartness. Scripture here and the instruction direction of HaTorah, it turns once again to HaKohanim, to the Kohanim, to the priests, who have to be particularly careful. Why? Because they are custodians of HaTorah, of Jah's directions, instructions, and teaching, not to become contaminated, not to become contaminated by, some would say the dead, but Hebraically by a soul, for a psyche. So according to the Hebrew two truths, it both has the outer meaning that most people would read based on the translation. It says right here, there shall none defile himself for the dead among his people. But Hebraically, it would better be interpreted, there shall none defile or contaminate himself for a psyche. And in this sense, the nephesh, right, because he breathed, right, he breathed into man, and man became what kind of a soul? A living soul. So the soul, in a sense, is distinguished from a living soul. This is why the translators translate the nephesh or lid nephesh for the dead instead of for a soul, for a psyche. Right? You know, we're being pulled aside by people's feelings, affections, emotions, getting psyched out. The priest must maintain a psychological, right? A psychological purity, right, of heart. We say the heart and mind for this service because they are custodians of HaTorah. And it mentions the sons of Aaron to further emphasize who is the Kohanim. So not every man, to respond to what some have said as though it is applied only to say every man is priest, prophet, and king. Well, every man has that potentiality, especially in the Brit Chadasha, right? But really, the true context of that every man, like ones, even some of the fellow, the Rastafari, and some ones, they'll say every man is priest, prophet, and king. But as we study the teaching of His Majesty, every man has that potentiality, but in the fullness, HaMoshiach, Yeshua, the King of Kings, Christ, priest, prophet, and king. Let's overstand that. But here it's emphasizing who are HaKohanim, the B'nai Aharon, the sons of Aaron, and say to them. It's not like elsewhere we'll say, speak to the sons of Yisrael, speak to the children of Israel, speak to the B'nai Yisrael, speak to the Israelites. This more is inclusive of the Israelites. Here we have speak to the priests, right? The priests, that they should not defile themselves for the dead, both we could say on the physical level, but even more so on the suke, the psychological level. For many times those who are charged with this function or this role of minister sometimes want to make exception, for those psyches, those souls that are close to us, whether those souls be living souls, psyches, right? Born again, regenerated, or whether they be dead. Dead souls. Yes, their soul, their psyche, but they are dead vis-a-vis the relationship. So this is why the word in the Hebrew, nephesh, is often brought out in the translation as dead, but Hebraically it says soul, lid nefesh. And then we make the comparison with the first book of Moshe, the first book of HaTorah, where it says how you breathe. Ye must be born again. And HaMoshiach, Yeshua, the resurrected Yeshua, and he breathes. He breathes on his disciples. So the regeneration is important. And even here in the season, right, we could say post or after Pesach, and in the season of the counting of the Omer, right? And not to confuse the Omer with Omer, even in the form of the first word, the first literal word, Wayomer, Yahuwah and Jehovah said, or he said, right? Il Moshe to Moses, Amor il HaKohanim, speak or say to the priests, B'nai Aharon, the sons of Aaron, with Amarta. That word Amarta is also from the same root of Amar. With Amarta lehem lenefesh lo yitama be'amayo.
Going to Mount Zion, going to Zion. I'm going to Mount Zion, move out of Babylon. Going to Mount Zion, going to Zion. I'm going to Mount Zion, where a righteous man shall be. On my way to Zion, I pray to Jah for guidance on my way. Protect I and I from all evil. It's
Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus. We can rely on of the conquering lion. Most high, Jah, you're the only one we can rely on. Hail of the conquering lion. Most high, Jah, you're the only one we can rely on.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burn. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.
Yes, yes, yes. Let's recall the double portion we had. Previous double portion. There was a lot of content in there that we touched on some of the overview, but there's some attention to detail. So we had the Aharemot, Kamotu Bechwala, Aharemot, right after the death of two sons of Aharon, and further get the proper instruction for the Aishans, for the burning of the incense. That obviously Nadab and Abihu, right? They did not wait for that, and they got burned for that. They were deaded on for that. Then we had Kiddoshim, to be kadosh, to be set apart, right? Separateness, set apartness, kadosh, right? Speaking of a male singular, and Kiddoshim, right? Kiddoshim in the Hebrew is Kiddoshim. In the Royal Amharic, it's enunciated as Kedusan. So Kedusan, Royal Amharic, Kedusan, holy ones who are Kedus, right? And in the Hebrew, Kedoshim, the plural, Kedoshim, right? Ones who are Kadosh. But Kadosh refers to like a singular, right? Singular male, right? And Kedoshim, right? A plural sense. So we had Kedoshim, the 30th sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong. And once again, to point to, the connection right there of the, the Kedoshim and the Haftarah from Amos 9 and 7, are ye not as the children of Ethiopia unto me? It's kind of very interesting that those two are linked right there, the 30th sabbatical study. But here, there's some additional notes. This is some of the slides right here, breaking down, some of the, the Royal Amharic, Kedusek, Kedusan, the Holy of Holies, or in the Hebrew, the Kodesh, Kodashim, the Holy of Holies, just to break that down right there. Holy, what things apply to as holy. Let's scroll here. Let's see, we got the Hebrew here. Yeah, here we go right here. So here, the Hebrew, Kadash, primitive root right there, Kadash, right? To be, to cause, or to make, to pronounce, or to observe, right? As clean or set apart. The more root of it is to set apart. These are from some of the older dictionaries, still generally good, right? Then we have Kadesh, right? A sanctum, like a sanctuary. There were like 4 places that we find in the Torah, the Kadesh, right? Then we have Kodesh. You see, Kodesh. So Kodesh also means like a sacred place or thing. So Kodesh, referring to sacred place or like a thing, while Kadosh refers to like a person, like, so when Yahweh says, be Kedoshim, be set apart ones, Kiani Kadosh, because I am Kadosh. So it's all in relation, right, to he who be. So we have the old covenant sense, and then also in the Brit Chadasha, first fruit, and first fruits, which is the root. So he says, we all are to be Kedoshim, set apart ones, Kiani, because I am Kadosh. But Kodesh speaks of a holy, a set apart place or thing, right? Like the Kodashim. Kodesh, the holy, right, of Kodashim, of holies, right? The holy of holies in that sense, or the set apart of set aparts, right? Place, referring to a place right there. Now see over here, what do we have right here? Here we go. So now here we have Kadesh. Kadesh. Now this is like a sacred person, but it's like a quasi. We say pseudo, like a pseudo set apart person, but not quite in the same sense as being set apart in Yahweh's way. Because you have to remember the language and linguistics was shared by other Afro-Semitic people, African Semitic speakers. You know what I mean? So amongst other people, right, the same roots, a Kadesh, right, was a like a sacred person. You remember what happened with Jacob, not Jacob's son, actually, Judah. Remember Judah, when Judah, after the whole incident, the kind of gang against Joseph and everything. It seems as though Judah, he kind of drew away, from his brothers, and he had like a homeboy. What was his name? I forget that homeboy's name, but when Judah, remember the whole Judah and Tamar incident, right? Um, Kadesha, right? In the Hebrew, it talks about. I mean, the English it says a harlot, right? Just to bring this out because this is a teachable moment, and since we're on this subject matter right here, to show some of the connectivity here. Let's do this right here. Let's take that off and let's put the word harlot. Also, why is a priest's daughter if she plays the harlot? Right? Why is the priest's daughter if the priest's daughter plays a harlot? right? Why is she to be burned by fire? Just thought of that because that goes with what Yehuda's judgment when he found out that his daughter-in-law, right, was with child, what they would call pregnant. But pregnant in modern day medical language, if you look it up, we actually had looked at, this was interesting. Remember before we put tags on videos before like YouTube got monetized, so they would have certain words you could put, the tags. They give you like a choice based on your title. And I remember when we was touch on some of the Torah concerning childbirth or after childbirth or the motherhood, we will put like things like, on the Matrix, we put like pregnant. But I remember that the word pregnant, right, it had an open parenthesis and it says like a disease. I said, oh, word. I said, word. I said, oh, man. And then I did a little more research, and technically in modern medicine, they regard the term pregnant as like say a disease. So I said, I'm not going to use that like that, or I'll inform others. I might have to use it basically, but just to put into context. But the old way was like a woman with child. They used to use with child. You remember that back in the day? Some of y'all may be millennials, may don't remember that so much, but they used to term like with child. Oh, she's with child. But nowadays they use it, oh, she's pregnant. Oh, she got pregnant. Oh, she got with child. Oh, she's getting with child. She got, she was, so they took that away and they replaced it with this pregnant idea, which in their clinical terms is classified clinically as a disease. I just want to put that there. This is not us saying it of ourselves, but just to, 411, ones and ones, right? So let's go down here. So here we got the man Judah, right? Judah saw her, right? Judah saw her, right? He saw her, right? And he thought her, right, a harlot. He thought her a harlot because she covered her face. I mean, this is a whole interesting thing to reason on just by itself, ain't it? All right. So back in them days, right, Yehuda, he sees her, like he sees a woman over there, right? And he thinks like, yo, she's a harlot. Why? Because she had covered her face. Wow. Wow. I know this is like 180-degree opposite, of harlotry today, right? It's like, now, let me see your face. Let me see your face. Let me see your face. But back then, like, no, 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 no. Oh, your face cover. Okay. You good. You good to, Now, here the root word is zana, right? But in the text, zana is like the root word, right? But in the form of the word for harlot, zana means to commit fornication or to commit pornication, to commit fornication. Look how that go, the F, the pe, and the fe, right? The P and the F, PH and the F, right? So here we have fornication, aka fornication, pornication, right? To be a harlot, to play the harlot, to commit adultery. You see, to be a cult prostitute, right? You're part of a cult. Now you're a cult prostitute. Wow. To be unfaithful. Now, this word is used by Yahweh, by the Spirit of Yahweh through the prophets, right, to speak of Israel. So when the prophets used to come to the sons of Israel, some of the prophets, they would say, thus saith Yahweh, right? All of y'all are a bunch of whores. Now he's talking to the dudes, the men, the sons of Israel, calling them a bunch of whores, prostitutes, because in the allegorical use, the idiomatic use of Hebrew, right, or even of other languages, they have been like as unfaithful, like if their wives are unfaithful, like look at Judah here, this was his daughter-in-law, but when he found out that, she was with child, what I'm saying, what happened, like she played the harlot, she needed to get burned by fire. But notice in this Torah portion right here, it says that if a priest has a daughter and the daughter, right, plays the harlot, she's to be burned by fire. You see the connection right there? The burning by fire, of course, the daughter, right? But in the Torah, it says the daughter of a priest, right? Now, Yehuda, right, this is his daughter-in-law, right? Be it as it may, right? Let's go here. So we get into the more root of the word zana. Zana is the verb to cause, to commit adultery, adulteration, right? Or it can be used in a causative sense to force someone into prostitution or to commit fornication. But the root, the ancient root idea in the African Afro-Semitic is actually to be highly fed, well fed, right? Like if somebody's well fed and they become wanton, wanty, you know, they got to ease. In fact, when we talk about Sodom and Gomorrah, we think, okay, the sin of Sodom was homosexuality. No doubt that was definitely something that was going on, you know, according to the ancient archaeology, but even more so in the biblical narrative here. You know what I'm saying? But then if you go to the prophets, it talk about the sin, right, of Sodom was that they had abundance of bread, right? And like idleness. They had idleness and bread. It sounds similar, right? You know, see how Babylon is like when they used to say, you know, like you fat up the fatted calf, like you know, you feed that animal well that you're about to slay. Mm. Get the idea? You're about to slay. He said he slew her. Oh, you murdered her? No, not like that. You know, highly fed and therefore wanton, right? That's a word, right? Want. But then notice it says, Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want, right? You know, and people who say they believe it, check out how many times they use the word want, right? Because want actually means to lack, but wanton, right, is like, you know, wanty, right? So to be wanton, to commit adultery, it's usually of the female, usually. In the natural sense, it's often used of the female, right, in the scripture. But now in the supernatural or in the prophetic sense, it's used of the sons of Israel being a bunch of whores. Yahweh basically was saying through the prophets. Now, do you understand why they wanted to kill the prophets? Prophets coming to the sun, the big mind them, the mind them that have women and wives, you know. Back then they had the polygamy, you know what I'm saying? And then the prophet is saying, thus saith the Lord, thus saith Yahweh, y'all a bunch of whores. Like, who are you talking to? And then when you read it in the Hebrew, it's very interesting. It's almost like it's definitely speaking to them as men, right? But calling them out to be like a bunch of, you know, whores, right? But usually it's in the natural sense of the female. Less often of simple fornication. Now I've been like reasoning what they mean simple fornication. Simple, like you simple, like you simple, like what do you mean simple? Like there's a simple fornication, then there's like advanced fornication. Anyway, rarely of involuntary ravishment. Involuntary ravishment. In other words, like the word they call the grape. You know, people say the grape, you know, the RAPE, the rapey, you know, not therapy, but the rape, you know what I'm saying? Figuratively to commit, now here's the figure of speech. Figuratively is to commit idolatry. So when Yisrael committed idolatry, right, they were called, you know, the sons of Israel called whores, right? In the Yehudi, you know, people, the Israelite, Beta Israel people being regarded as the spouse of Yahweh, right? And Yahweh being regarded as the Baal. He is the Baal. But they went after Baalim. In other words, Yahweh is the husband, the Baal. He's the owner. He's the husband. But they went after the Baalim, you know, Baalim, Bala. They went after the ballers, you know what I mean? To have a ball, right? With Baal, right? With other Baals, right? With other husbands. Have a ball with other husbands. Anyway, when Yehuda saw her, right? He thought it was his chashab, it was his thinking, his calculation, right? His computation, right? This word means also to computate. Machshev. In fact, from this root word, we get the word in Hebrew for computer, right? To be computed, right? Input it, compute it. So he accounted, he estimated this, he sized it up and said, yeah, he came to the calculation that, yeah, she's a zona. So the word in Hebrew is zona for like the person, the woman, usually that is a harlot, is a zona. She's so zany, she's a zona. But the reason why he came to this conclusion is because she covered her face. She covered her face. Right now, scrolling through the story, we know kind of what happened or should be familiar, but the highlights, this is highlights right here. Genesis 38:21. Then he asked the men. Now he sent his buddy. Oh, what was his buddy's name? Hold on for a moment. I forget his buddy. Forget his buddy's name. Let's go to the top. Right. What's the buddy's name? Oh, Chira. Yeah, it was Chira. Right. There was this Chira who was the Dulamite. That's his buddy's name. Right. Chira. So it seems as though after the Joseph incident in Genesis 38, it says, and it came to pass at that time when Yehuda went down from his brethren. So he kind of distanced himself from his other Israelite brethren. I'm sure that whole Joseph incident, that was very traumatic. Of course, we know it was most traumatic for the father, who had basically, lost his son, right? His son was like murdered. Accordingly to them, they lied by some wild beasts. But maybe they didn't lie. They were the wild beasts. The sons of Israel, a wild beast. This whole instance so traumatic. Yehuda, no doubt, the reason why it says he went down from his brethren. He kind of like, distanced himself. He wasn't hanging out on the block no more. He went to another neighborhood, and he turned. It says, and he did what? And he turned into a certain Adulamite, right? Whose name was Chira, right? Right. And then it says how he saw there, right, a daughter of a certain Canaanite, right, whose name was Shua, right? Some call her Bat Shua, right? The daughter of the man Shua, right? And he took her and he went into her. So she conceives, and so he had a Canaanite wife, Judah. Wow, Judah had a Canaanite wife? Say it ain't so. It's so. Genesis 38:21, right? Now here's where after Judah did his Judah became a John. Ain't that something? Yehuda became a John. You know how they call Johns today, like somebody who patronizes prostitutes. So here, Yehuda became a John, right? But after the whole thing, he didn't have any money. He didn't really have anything. He didn't have anything to exchange for the fornication he wanted to get into with the Zona, right? That he didn't know was his daughter-in-law. So he promised. He gave some things as a pledge. His bracelet, his ring, his staff. He gave all of that as a pledge that, listen, once he made good on what he wanted to do, he'll make good on what he says, and he'll send a payment. And she said she needs something, in exchange for that, something like as collateral. So he gave his staff, his bracelet, and his ring, his signet ring. Right. But then afterwards, maybe he was a little tired or whatever. He sent his buddy Chira. To go make the payment because he promised her like a kid or like a goat, some animal. He promised her, right? After he did his animal, right? And so Genesis 38:21, right? The he here is actually his buddy, his Canaanite Adulamite buddy named Chira, right? He goes now to make the payment. So he asks the men of that place, the place where Judah, saw the Zona, the one he thought was the harlot, right? Saying, where is the harlot? Now, remember up here, right? It says Yehuda saw her, right? And he thought her to be a harlot. He saw Tamar, but he didn't know it was Tamar. He thought she was a Zona because she had covered her face, right? So harlots covering their face in the past time. I guess men wasn't so interested in what the woman looked like. I don't know. This is interesting, right? Ain't it? Genesis 38:21, right? His buddy go back to make the payment, and he asks the men of the place, saying, where is the harlot that openly by the wayside that was all out, here, right? And they said, so the men that live in this town, they were like, yo, there was no harlot in this. There's no harlot in this. We don't play that. Right? I Naim. Now the word I Naim is interesting. I Naim, when it says openly, Ain is I. I Naim. Some people say I Naim could be a place, but like that was eyed. Like the prostitute or the whatnot, she was able to be seen, like all eyes. She was all eyes. You know what I'm saying? I Naim. Or translated as openly. Now look at the word. Look at the word here. The word here is Kadesha. Kadesha. Here's where some people get some crazy ideas, but it's understandable, because you recognize they're ignorant, but they're like, oh, you see, the holy Kadosh, that links with the Kadesh because there was an idol so-called pseudo goddess that was worshipped named Kadesh, and they'll say Kadesh, so the Hebrew get their holy from Kadesh. No, that's not how it goes. No, it's just a word. Right? It's a word in a common language of people, right? And because ones mispronounce it, in their pseudo Hebrew, they might confuse terms. So kadosh, right, is set apart holy, right? Now, Kadesh, right? Kadesha, the woman, the Kadesha, is a female temple prostitute. Hmm. How'd that go? Well, she is set apart, right? She is set apart. She's devoted. She's set apart. You know what I mean? She's separate. She's separate to that work, right? The work that goes on in the. You have to remember that the temples, like I say this, but I know people do what they do, but it's like, like the whole strip scene and the club scene and what be going on nowadays. When I be seeing it, I'll be like, wow, this is what the Bible is talking about, but people don't even see it. People don't even know it. They don't put the two and two together. You know what I mean? And it also goes to the verse, the word that says, "Ain't nothing new under the sun." You know what I'm saying? But here we have the feminine, right, of this word here, right, which is kadesh. Don't confuse kadesh for kadosh. Two different words, kadosh, kadesh. Two different words there. Yes, they both are from the root sense of being set apart. But the question is, set apart for what? You know what I mean? Set apart for what? Right? Here we have the kadesh. The kadesh, it was a male temple prostitute. So Diddy's on trial, right? No Diddy, right? A lot of things that he's doing, it kind of matches up, right, with what the Bible is saying was done. That's why it says, "Ain't nothing new under the sun," right? The thing that was done is the thing that is done, right? Whether for better or for worse. So here it says, that's why they put in there in parentheses quasi, because they know that, man, this word, most people are going to think, wait, but here is holy to the Lord. How can you tell the people that there was also a similar sounding word, that these people were holy or set apart? You know what I mean? Basically to Satan, right? Or to Satan, or set apart to that which vis-a-vis Yahweh was 180 degrees diametrically opposed, right? So technically, it was a male devotee, right? A male devotee by prostitution. Now, this is not always saying that the male devotee by prostitution, right, was necessarily a prostitute, but they are ones who were devoted to this whole business, right? To licentious idolatry. So yes, what they participated in was hypersexuality, was hypersex. Like you go to the club and there's the woman on the poles, on the Asherah poles. So you see the woman in the clubs, they be spinning around on the Asherah, the Asherah poles, the goddess poles. Right. And what's so interesting that they be finding archaeology, right, of like the little idols that the people would like be using and stuff like that. And it's almost like, if one looked at porn, it looks like the same kind of thing in an ancient way, and that just shows again there ain't nothing new under the sun, right? But from the Torah perspective, right, all this was idolatry, because although it was sex and sexuality, there was an underlying motive, right, that was basically hasatan, that was the devil and demons were connected with it, right? Basically, the people were being drained of their life force. It's like the Matrix, like all the people plugged into the Matrix. So the Matrix operate by using their life force. It's the same thing, right? By using their life force. Now, sometimes this male, Kadesh, was considered to be a sodomite, but definitely, right, always was considered to be unclean, right? Because remember, we go through the Torah and talked about the emissions from the body and certain type of sex don't do, so forth and so on, and those things will make you unclean, right? So these were places and people and practices that was totally devoted to the uncleanliness that Torah is telling the Israelites, avoid this, don't do that. If you do that, this is the judgment for that. So here we have the female devotee, right? That's often brought out as a prostitute, but in various translation, they'll just say harlot or whore, right? So now notice, here we have the Kadesha. They said there was no Kadesha. There was no Kadesha here. You know what I mean? There was no temple prostitute here. But notice over here in 38:15, when Yehuda saw her, he thought her to be the word here in the Hebrew is zona, from the root zana. Zana is the verb. The noun is zona for the woman who does the zana, right? The woman who's so zany, because she covered her face. So When Judah saw her, he thought she was just an ordinary, right? He thought she was just an ordinary 304 Zona, right? But then when his buddy, who lived around there, you know what I mean? This is his area, this is his hood, so to speak, right? When he went back, you know what I mean, to make the payment, to kind of check in, so to speak, right? He checked in with the men of the place, right? And he asked, okay, where was the Kadesha? He didn't say what what Judah thought. He didn't say what Yehuda thought, right? The Zona. He didn't ask about a Zona. Maybe if he did, they might have said, oh, yeah, there was some woman here with her face covered, and there was a guy, and we saw something, yeah, some crazy stuff. But he asked, was there a Kadesha, right? A Kadesha. It's almost like, by him asking for a Kadesha, it was like somebody who's a part of this business. You see what I'm saying? The Zona could be freelance. You get what I'm saying? The Zona could be freelance, right? So when Judah saw her, he thought she was a freelance Zona, right? But when his buddy went back, his buddy says, is there like if somebody say stripper? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? In that sense. Oh, yeah, she's part of that club. Oh, yeah, she's over at there's a place, there's a hole in the wall right over there, hole in the rock, in the mountain. They got good acoustics, So here, right, in 22, he returned, right, 38:22, he returned to Yehuda. And he said, right, Chira, he said, right, I cannot find her, right? And also the men of that place said that there was no, right? What does he say here? He still says Kadesha. Now Judah doesn't really correct him, so it says Judah don't go and say, well, I thought she was a Zona, right? Like tomato, but there's a difference, right? But he basically says, all right, just left that, right? Let's go over here so you can see that. And Yehuda said, well, let her take, right, to her. Basically, let her take his staff, his ring, and his bracelet, right? Lest we be ashamed. Notice what he says. Notice what Judah said. Was it Judah and Hiram that saw the Zona, the woman? No, it was Yehuda. But check how Yehuda said this. Judah said it. He says, let her take it. Like, let her take to her. Like, look, what I gave to her as a pledge, let her keep that. Unless we be ashamed. Let's not pursue this. Let's not go investigate. You know what I mean? Just leave it alone. Lest we be ashamed. It's a wonder that Chiyura didn't say, what you mean we? What you mean we? Right? Behold, I sent this kid, right? Like a kid of the goats, and thou hast not found her. You have not found her, right? Lest we become a contempt, right? A contempt, right? And then we see, and it came to pass about 3 months after that it was told Yehuda, right? 3 months, right? 3 months, the first trimester. The first trimester passed, right? Right. And it was told to Yehuda saying, Tamar, right? Tamar. Now, Tamar is interesting. Tamar is a name, but Tamar means a palm tree, right? Tamar is a palm tree, like a date tree, a date. See, Jacob went on a date, right? Or he got a date, right? Because Tamar means a palm tree. Palm tree right here. To scroll down here, palm tree. Name of 3 women, Tamar, a palm tree or a date palm. So Judah had a date, right? Anyway, right? So here it says, thy daughter-in-law, right, hath played the harlot, the Zona. So the people, right, of where he was, they use the term Zona for just a regular, regular 304, regular prostitute. She's not part of a business. She's not part of a temple. She's not part of a cult. She just maybe does it because whatever. You know what I mean? Right? And also, behold, she is with child, right? They didn't say she's pregnant, right? It says she is with child, right? By whoredom, right? By whoredom, by Zanun. Now here they have the word for like fornication, by Zanun. She played the Zona, and now she is with child by Zanun, right? By whoredom. And Yehuda said, what did Judah say? Right? Hey, maybe she's the woman that I saw and I thought was a prostitute. No. He didn't say none of that. He said, bring her forth and let her be burnt. Right? Now, you should know the story that, she basically, she sent forward the signet, the bracelet, and the staff, right? And then Yehuda, Judah, he acknowledged, he saw them. He was like, oh, wow, right? And say, remember Judah said, least we be ashamed, least he be ashamed, be content, right? In contempt, right? She has been more righteous. So he says, she has been more righteous. She has been more what? Righteous. Wait, she played the harlot, but she moved on righteous. See, the sense of righteous, Adak, is to be justified, right? Who is justified? Who's speaking right in this case, right? It's not with the religious sense of righteous, but she is justified in that sense, right? She's innocent. She's more innocent than I. I'm the guilty party, is what he's saying. She has been more righteous than I because I gave her not to Shelah. Now look at the name Shelah for a moment. Shelah, his other son. Shelah means a petition in Hebrew. Shelah is like an ask. Like an ask, you make an ask. You say, yo, I want to make an ask of you, right? And then I say to you in Hebrew, I say, well, what is the she'ela? What is the she'ela? What is the ask? So notice this. So even in the Hebrew, there's like a little pun when you read it from a Hebrew perspective, understanding the names, even the names of the characters and the names of the people. And I gave her not to the petition, right? To the ask, because that's what she was asking for. You see what I'm saying? Shayla, and his other son, right, was Shayla, right? Shayla Beni, right? And it says he knew her, right, again no more. Interesting use of the word to know, right? Right? Like to know, right? It's another Hebrew idiom. To really, he was no more intimate with her. Really got to know her. You know what I'm saying? And then she had the children actually. But let's go back to this place right here where it says that he said, bring her forth, right, and let her be burnt, right? I'm kind of curious. Just talk with me on this right here, right? So Tamar. Let me see if it links with this verse right here, right? If it links with this verse right here. And he saw her, he took her for a harlot. This is a breakdown on this. I want to see if they bring it out right here. So look at this. Okay, a woman sacred to Astarte or Ishtarot, right? Ishtar, a goddess of the Canaanites, the deification of the generative, like the sexual, the generative, and the productive principle of nature, one who served this goddess by prostitution. You know what I mean? That's how they served their God, or goddess. What they, by doing the act was their way of serving that which they believed, and their, their goddess, the gods, the other gods of the other people. This was no doubt regarded as the most respectable designation, right, for public prostitutes in Canaan, right? But that's not the part right there, right? So let's go down after 3 months. Right here, it goes to Deuteronomy here. Okay, here we go. Here's the part right here. Right. Let's go down here. So it says, but the Mosaic law, what they call the Mosaic law, the Torah at Sinai, right, enjoins stoning. It enjoins stoning in the case of those who were uh affianced, like had a fiance, like was engaged to be married, betrothed, so to speak, affianced, right, and broke their promise, their yay, amen. You're married this one, yay, amen. They broke their yes, you know, or of newly married woman who were found to have been dishonored, as in Deuteronomy 20 to 21, 22, chapter 22, verse 20 to 21, and chapter 22, verses 23 to 24. But here's the part for us right here. And it was only in the case of whoredom, Zanun, right, of a priest's daughter, a Kohen's daughter, as we have in this Torah reading and feeding, or of carnal, right, intercourse, right, not verbal intercourse, right, but sexual intercourse with a mother or a daughter, right, that the punishment of burning, right, was enjoined, right, the punishment of burning. Kind of another interesting connection here. So here it says, Ubat isha kohena kia techel liznot et abiha he me Chalelet, mechalelet, ba'esh, T-saref, ba'esh, by fire, in fire, ba'esh, in the fire, ba'esh, T-saref, T-saref, T-saref. She is to be burnt, and that's in Saraf. You know, like they have the seraphim, right? The burners, right? So right here it says she shall be Saraf, right? To be burnt, right here, set on fire. In other words, right? So here's the part right here, and the daughter of a priest, if she profane herself by playing the 304, right? She profaned her father, Abiha. Abi, father, father, Abiha. Ha, her father, the ha there for her, Abiha. She profanes Abiha, her father, right? She shall be burnt with fire. Now, here in the Hebrew, it says, what it says, meh, mechalelet, he, she, right? He is a pronoun for she, he, mechalelet. Mechalelet, that's an interesting word right there, mechalelet, for profane, right? From halal. So mechalelet, right? She who has halaled herself, right? But the word here, profane, right? Polluted, profane, you see, violated a covenant, right? But the secondary, so the Hebrew two truth, halal, in one hand to profane, right? That's how it's taken more in the second sense, in the figurative sense. But in the literal sense of halal means to bore through, like to make holes. Get it? Right? To pierce, to bore, right? It can also have a more emphatic sense of slaying, like you take a sword and you stick it in somebody. That's the sense, right? You pierce them, you wound them, right? But then in the PL sense, it's kind of interesting to play the flute, or the pipe. Now, people say, well, how can this word profane also mean to be like puncture holes, make holes in, or to slay, right? To pierce, to wound. And how can it also have a meaning in the PL sense of the verb, construction, to play the flute or pipe? Right? I know our ideas, our minds can go there, right? She profaned herself, she played the flute, she played the pipe. No, but it's from the idea of, let's go down here. Let's get to the root so you can understand the roots. It's from chala, right? So halal, from chala, right? It actually, the first sense is to become sick or weak, right? Let's see right here. But actually, it means to puncture holes in, right? To make holes. You know, like a pipe, right? A pipe, a flute, because it has those holes. You put your fingers over the holes and you blow, and different sounds come out. So this is how the Hebrew goes, right? There's the basic sense of the word, but then there's the figurative sense. It's interesting when you can kind of get the spirit of it, right? But basically, she profaned herself. I wanted to bring that out, the mechalet, right? So she did what? She defiled herself, yes. Right? Sexually, yes. She dishonored, right? She violated the honor, right? She profaned herself, right? And therefore she dishonored her father, right? She got slain. She got wounded. Yes. She played the flute, the pipe, all of that. Yes. Right? And therefore, for that, right, it says in the Torah, she shall be what? Right? She shall be burnt. But notice this here. Judah said something, right? But in the case of what Judah is talking about, according to the Torah, right, the Torah of Moshe, she would only be stoned in that case, right, on that level, right? Just to say, right, because Judah just went, he just got, you know, I don't know, emotional or whatnot. He wouldn't think too deeply about it, right? You know what I mean? But here we have this one right here. Let's break this one down right here, right? Let's get the English, right? And if a man take a wife and her mother, these are the cases where ones were to be burned by fire. It is wickedness. They shall be burned with fire. So that means the man, right? Right? And the woman, right? Basically, because it's they, right? They shall be burnt with fire, both he and they. So even just to make sure that one might say, what you mean? It says they shall be burned. It's talking about the wife and the mother. No, no, no. It says both he and they, right? For what reason? That there be no wickedness among you. In other words, if such was to happen and such is a judgment to be done, even somebody who thinks that that's a fantasy they have, they would have to dismiss that fantasy unless they like the fire, unless they like the fire and the smoke. So Yehuda's sentence, therefore, was more harsh than the subsequent law. Whether some think it was according to patriarchal custom, this during the time of patriarchy, the patriarchal custom, or on other grounds, cannot be determined. When Tamar was brought out, she sent to Yehuda the things that she had kept as a pledge, right? Then we find in Proverbs, it warns us about like making pledges, right? You know what I mean? A pledge often is necessary in business. So that's necessary in business. But, people make, I know him, I know him, I know him. All right. So, okay. So it's going to be on you. Then when it comes out, what him really is, you'd be like, oh man, no, I didn't know that. No, you say you know him. You see, you made that pledge. So Judah, he makes a pledge here, right? With this message, by a man. Now, notice what she said. Notice the wisdom in Tamar. Now, Tamar is one of the women in the lineage of Moshiach, of Christ, right? Of Yeshua. By a man to whom these belong, am I with child. Look carefully, therefore, to whom this signet belong, right? To whom this signet ring and band and stick belong, right? So they looked at it and said, "Yo, that is Yehuda's. That's the line of Judah. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness." Yehuda recognized the things as his own and was obliged to confess, "She is more in the right than I." For therefore, that this might happen to me, or that it might turn out so, right? Key al Cain, key because al Cain, because therefore, it kind of in Hebrew, the key al Cain is like, because therefore, kind of for therefore, because therefore, what he said in 18 and 5, give another example of this, in that key al Cain, because therefore, let's bring this out here, right here, do due diligence. And I will fetch a morsel of bread and comfort ye your hearts. After that, y'all shall pass on. For therefore, you see what it says, for therefore, key al Cain, key al Cain, key because, right, all on Cain, on affirmative, on, it kind of means like on al Cain, on affirmation. Cain is like saying correct, like affirmative. It's like an affirmation. Cain, right? Ki al Cain, but here brought out as for therefore, right? Like because of this, right? Are y'all come to your servant, right? This is the two messengers called angels coming to Lot, and they said, "So do as thou hast said." Right, to comfort your heart, to stay y'all until you all have like continued your journey, right? So he says, Ki al Cain, right? To say that this might happen to me, or that it might turn out so, or for because therefore have I not given her. So he's saying that yes, he's admitting that she's more righteous, right? Or more in the right than I, but he says for therefore. It's kind of a key kind of a phrase right there. He says, she's more right than I because, like, for therefore, right? Because I have not given her to my son, Shelah. I have not given to my son the ask, the petition, as Shelah means an ask. What is asked for is a Shelah, right? Shelah and She'elah, an ask, right? That's what wasn't Tamar, that's what she was asking for? What is she asking for? But Yehuda didn't keep his word. So he's saying, because of this, right? Not the fact he went to a prostitute or any of that, it's not that, right? Because of this. In passing sentence upon Tamar, right? Judah had condemned himself. Goes to the whole thing when you point a finger at somebody, they say like the three fingers so-called are pointing back. His son, Beno, however, did not consist merely in his having given way to his lusts. so far as to lie with a supposed public prostitute of Canaan. But still more in the fact that by breaking his promise, that's what that key all came, because I did not give up, because I broke my word, right? Breaking his promise to give her his son Shelah, which she made her She'elah about, right? Her ask, as her husband. He had caused his daughter in law to practice this deception upon him. Now, you know when it says in the law that thou should not, like cause your daughter to prostitute, like make prostitutes out of your daughter. This is also a kind of an example in a sense, if you can receive it. He had caused his daughter-in-law to practice this deception upon him, just because in his heart he blamed her. So he kept something in his heart. He didn't forgive. He didn't let it go. He kept something in his heart. And see how what he kept in his heart, how it disarranged his other decisions, right? Because he went to just another Kadesha or Zona, it'll be what it is. You know what I mean? Probably would not come back to bite him like this. Probably, right? Not saying it wouldn't, but probably. Just because in his heart he blamed her, right, for the early and sudden deaths of his elder sons. See, Yahweh already, we have it in Moshe's first book where we know the sons did not do what they should do. They did not do their duty, right? They wanted, yeah, they didn't do their duty, like, and what's interesting about the onan, they call it onanism, they call it masturbation, but check it out. How can onanism be masturbation? Because the man basically had went in, like, to the woman, right? But then when it came time to give seed, he pulled out, right? So he wasn't, is that what masturbation is today, right? Whereas the real cause of the deaths that had so grieved his paternal, his fatherly heart, was the wickedness of the sons, the ratchetness of the sons themselves. So you're supposed to be like a, what they call the what's it called, liverite, what's the phrase again, leverite, something like that, right? Marriage, which is like if your brother passes away, right, and he don't have no children with the wife, right, therefore the brother would have inheritance, and the wife also needs a certain amount of cover, right? So basically, the ancient custom, right? It's not Torah so much, but the ancient custom of the people that was practiced was that the brother, right, would basically give a seed to his brother's wife after the brother is dead, if they have no children, right, in order for her to have a son. And though that son by his seed is his seed, but that son would now be raised in the name of his brother. So therefore, whatever land or inheritance could continue, right? But what happened? What did the sons do? They enjoyed it, right? I'm not gonna give you nothing, right? So Yahweh said, I'm gonna give you death, right? So his paternal heart, right, was grieved, but actually it's the wickedness of the sons that was the cause. The mainspring of that was to be found in his own marriage. See, that's why at the top of the chapter, the first thing it says at the top of the chapter, his own marriage for what? A Canaanite. All right. So now, from the patriarchal times, Abraham was told don't do it. Right. Yitzhak was told, don't do it. You know what I mean? Jacob, right? Don't do it. His brother Esau did it. Kind of interesting, right? His brother Esau did it, right? But now his own marriage with a Canaanite in violation of the patriarchal call, right? The patriarchal call, right? And I think that he kind of got so deranged because of what happened with Joseph. I'm not giving him a pass. I'm just saying how it went from bad to worse, just trying to trace the trajectory. And even if the sons of Jacob were not unconditionally prohibited from marrying the daughters of the Canaanites, right? Because we have the patriarch saying it, right? Right? Yehuda's marriage at any rate had borne such fruit in his sons of Now notice right here, you see how it has the ger, the G-E-R. Remember I was just saying about Gaza, right? Gaza in Hebrew is Azza, right? And Gomorrah in Hebrew is Amorah. And so here, the ger here in Hebrew is er, right? But they put the G there because of the, the sound, right? For non-Shemitic Afro-Semitic speakers, Gir or Er, right? And Onan, right? As Yahuwah, right? The covenant of Elohim, right? The covenant God, right, was compelled, right, to reject. But if Yehuda, instead of recognizing the hand of Yahuwah, right, see, when the sons died so suddenly, he didn't recognize the hand of Yahuwah in the sudden death of his sons, right? You know what he did? He blamed game. He traced the cause to Tamar. He traced the cause to Tamar. He said, "Oh, that Canaanite, right?" And he determined to keep her as a childless widow, almost like to punish her, right? All her life long. But he told her, hey, when he gets big, I'm going to send her to her. Psych, right? Okay, who was the psych on? Not only in opposition, right? So even on this, Yehuda in this case was going against a traditional custom, right? It's like where people do that. Like back in them days, it was like people don't do that. Where they do that, you said this and then you do something. Where y'all do that, right? So it was also in opposition to the will of Elohim, Eloheinu, of Yahweh, right? As expressed in the promise of a numerous increase to the seed of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. In other words, under the conditions of the covenant, then they were to be fruitful and multiply. Period. Right? You know what I'm saying? Notice that when he went and did what he did, was going out to prostitute. We don't know if that was his only time. In fact, in the testimony of the 12 patriarchs, the patriarchs' affidavits down in Mitzrayim, Yehuda mentions that his problem was alcohol, like getting drunk, you know what I mean? And going after, and sex, going after, having sex, the prostitutes, he basically mentioned that. And it kind of matches what we have here, right? Judah, right? Judah, it seems like Judah too, even the latter day Judah, these are things that we have to watch out for. Right, blaming on the alcohol. He couldn't do that. Tamar had by no means acted rightly in the stratagem. By that, she frustrated his plan and sought to procure from Judah himself. Almost like, if I can't get your son, I'm going to get you. From Judah himself, the seed of that, he was unjustly depriving her, right? Though her act might be less criminal than Yehuda's. Like when we look at the story, some people will say, no, she was wrong, right? But in the Hebrew perspective, he was more wrong. Why? Because he gave his word. We can go back to that when he says, just let the boy get up big and then I give her to you. I'm gonna give him to you. You know what I mean? For it is evident from the whole account that she was not driven to her sin, her lack, her crime by lust. You were like, yo, I really want Judah. He's so, no. It was like, but it was by the innate desire for children, right? For children. And for that reason, she was more in the right than Yehuda. So Yehuda, it seemed like he was like kind of stumbling, ever since the whole incident that, with Joseph. You know what I mean? When you really look at it, it must have been because they're keeping the secret from their father. You know what I mean? All this time. Right? They lied to their father. Yehuda said, let's not kill him, let's sell him. So he sold their brother. They know he's still alive. I mean, can you imagine? That's why it says that Judah, he went down from his brethren. He kind of like, kind of distanced himself. Didn't want to be reminded, hung out with Dulamite, no doubt a Canaanite. Judah himself, however, not only saw his guilt, but he confessed it also and showed both by this confession and also by the fact that he had no further conjugal intercourse, right, with Tamar, an earnest endeavor to conquer the lust of the flesh. Like I said, in the testimony of the 12 patriarchs, check out the testimony of Yehuda, y'all, fellow disciples. Check out the testimony of Yehuda. He testifies to these lusts of the flesh, right? But the whole tribe of Judah, right, can learn by this. All Israel, call Yisrael, and to especially the sons, and to guard against the sin, right, into that he had fallen, right? And because he thus humbled himself. Guess what? Yahweh Eloheinu gave him grace. So here's a sense of Old Testament grace, because Yahweh could have slew him there too. You know what I mean? But he gave him grace and not only exalted him. Now check this out. Not only exalted Yehuda, Judah, to be the chief of the house of Yisrael, that Yehuda was exalted to be the chief of the Beta Israel, right? The Lion of Judah, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, but also bless the children, right, that were begotten. So these children were begotten in sin. So remember when David says, "In sin did my mother conceive," all of that, right? They were begotten in sin. Not saying that the children were sin, but the way that it all came about. Something so potentially beautiful, a child, a new life could come through something so mixed up. This all, what I mean? This kind of stuff there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So, all right. So anyway, we're not going to go into further here, on tomorrow right here, but just suffice it to say, just that particular point there, because here we have an audible, right? We have an audible that we haven't shared, but I guess we kind of shared it right there. This whole fire burning, fire burning incident, Q&A. Let's see, Leviticus, the priest's daughter, the priest's daughter, right? The priest's daughter being burned by fire. Okay, that's where we want to go. We'll put this on the beamer, look it up, meditate on this. What's your answer on this? Is there a connection between the priest's daughter getting burned by fire, right? Is there a connection between the priest's daughter getting burned by fire and Babylon, right? Where it says that Babylon, right? Isn't Babylon a female or feminine, right? Like a daughter, you got Babylon and the daughter of Babylon. Why is the judgment in Revelation, right, in the Chazon, right, of Babylon also this fire? Is there any connection with the priest's daughter, right? Something to meditate on right there. But here, let's pick up right here with the third day, and right now we're going into the fourth day, Aliyah right here. Here we have a single after two doubles, double. We had double, and still have to unpack some of what's in the double. But here, let's just bring this out right here. We pick up in chapter 22, right, of Leviticus from verse 17, right? Verse 17 right here, right? And let's bring this out here. Here we go. Acceptable sacrifices, right? In the section here, picking up with acceptable, which sacrifices, not all sacrifice. I sacrifice. You don't know why I sacrifice. But not all sacrifices were acceptable. Think about it. You know what I'm saying? So they were acceptable sacrifices. Something to think about. That means that they were unacceptable sacrifice. So when people say, well, they sacrifice and all the sacrifice, some sacrifices are acceptable and some sacrifices are unacceptable. But here, we're speaking of acceptable sacrifices right here. Every sacrifice offered to Yahweh by an Israelite or a foreigner. So we already had the foreigners grafted in. So that means a foreigner, right? A Ferengi, no, a Gir, a foreigner or a convert, right? Could also sacrifice, right? So when people are Jew and Gentile and Israel and nations and who can do this and who can, but we have to look at the groundation here. Every sacrifice offered to Yahweh by an Israelite or a non-Israelite, let's put it like that, a foreigner, but that foreigner would become kind of nationalized. You know how they have over here where somebody's not like a so-called Native American, they're from someplace else, they had citizenship somewhere else, but then they come over here and they get like kind of nationalized, like resident, but they get like nationalized. That's what we have right here as well, just to point this out. So here we have Leviticus chapter 22, verse 17, right, to 22:33. But let's do this right here, because we're looking at the time right here. All right, wanted to get into a little bit more of that. We'll pick up on the Kadash, the holy reasoning right there. But here, let us share
of Christos, of Christ, of Moshiach. So here. So here. So here we come to the Shalishi, the third Aliyah for this Shabbat Amor, the third Hebrew Anafara offering up. Here the sacrifices must be physically, psychically perfect. Type of the moral perfections of Christos, of Christ, of Ha-Moshiach, the Messiah. Refer to the Epistle to the Hebrews, chapter 9, verse 14. So here for the Shalishi Aliyah, the third Aliyah for this Shabbat Amor, Why daberi Yahuwah illa Moshe leimor. Here picking up with the third book of Moses, the Hebrew book that's called Leviticus chapter 22, verse 17. And the Yahweh, he who be, spake to Moshe, leimor, saying, speak to Aaron, and to his sons, Banayu, and to all the Bnei Yisrael, the children, the sons of Yisrael, and say to them, whatsoever he be of the Beit Yisrael, the Beit Yisrael, the house of Israel, or of the strangers in Yisrael, that will offer his oblation for all his vows and for all his free will offerings, which they will offer to the Yahweh for a burnt offering, ye shall offer at your own will a male without blemish of the beeves, of the oxen, the cows, of the sheep, or of the goats. But whatsoever hath a blemish, that shall ye all not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you. And whosoever offereth a sacrifice of shalamim, peace offerings to Egazia, the sustainer, the good, the generous, the open-handed Ab, Father, Yodhei, Wahei, Yahweh, to accomplish his vow, or a free will offering in beeves or sheep, it shall be perfect to be accepted. There shall be no blemish therein. Blind, or broken, or maimed, or having a wen, or scurvy, or scabbed, ye y'all shall not offer these to Egazia, the sustainer, the good, the generous, the open-handed, Father, Yahuwah, Jehovah, nor make an offering by fire of them upon the Mizbeach, the altar, to Yahuwah, to Jehovah. Either a bullock or a lamb that hath anything superfluous, extra, or lacking in his parts, that mayest thou offer for a free will offering. But for a vow, it shall not be accepted. Ye all shall not offer to Yahuwah Jehovah that which is bruised, or crushed, or broken, or cut. Neither shall ye all make any offering thereof in your land. Neither from a stranger's hand shall ye all offer the bread of your Elohim, true good, true God, of any of these, because their corruption is in them, and blemishes be in them. They shall not be accepted for you. And the Yahweh spake to Moshe, Lamor, saying, when a bullock or a sheep or a goat is brought forth, then it shall be 7 days under the dam, under the mother. And from the 8th day and thenceforth, it shall be accepted for an offering made by fire, fire to Jehovah. And whether it be cow or ewe, ye all shall not kill it, and her young both in 1 day. And when ye all offer a sacrifice of Todah, Miskana, of thanksgiving, to Egazia, the sustainer, Yahuwah Jehovah, offer it at your own will, On the same day it shall be eaten up. Ye all shall leave none of it until the morrow. Ani Yahuwah, I be he who he be, Jehovah. Therefore shall ye all keep my commandments and do them. Ani Yahuwah, I be Jehovah. Neither shall ye all profane my holy name, my set apart name, the Hashem. But I will be hallowed, I will be set apart among the B'nai Yisrael, the children, the sons of Yisrael, Yisraelijot. Ani Yahuwah, I be Jehovah, he who he be, which or who hallow you. Ani Yahuwah mi'akadishikem, that brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, Egypt, to be your Elohim. Ani Yahuwah, I be Jehovah. And here we come to the Rabi'i Aliyah, the fourth Aliyah, the Rabi'i Aliyah, the Hebrew Anaphora offering up here at chapter 23 of the third book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Leviticus. And here we have the feast of Jehovah, Yahuwah, the Sabbath and the feast, here at chapter 23 of Leviticus, for the Rabi'i, the fourth Aliyah. Why daberi Yahuwah illa Moshe leimor, and the Yahweh, he who he be, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem, Holy One, blessed be his name, spake to Moses, leimor, saying, speak to the B'nai Yisrael, speak to the children, the sons of Yisrael, and say to them concerning the feast, concerning the Mo'edei Yahweh, concerning the feast of Jehovah, the feast of the Yahweh, he who he be, which ye y'all shall proclaim to be holy convocations, Ayla vacations, Mikrae Kodesh, Ayla set apart, out called assemblies, even these are my feasts. Elohim Mo'edai, these are my Mo'edai, my appointed times, my appointed seasons, my appointments. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation and Ayla vacation, a Mikra Kodesh. Ye y'all shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahuwah, of Jehovah, in all your dwellings. The feast, the Mo'edei Yahweh, the feast, the Mo'edei Yahuwah, the feast of Jehovah first. The Passover, Pesach, Fasika, Christos, Christ, our Redeemer, HaMoshiach, the Messiah, our Redeemer. Reference 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 7, 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 19. Here at verse 4, these are Eile Mo'edei Yahweh Mikrae Kodesh. These are the feast of Yahweh, even holy convocations, Ayla vacation, called out, set apart, called out assemblies, which ye y'all shall proclaim in their seasons. In the 14th day of the first month, first moon at eve and evening, is the Yahweh's the feast of Jehovah, the Mo'edei Yahweh. Second item, unleavened bread. Second item here, unleavened bread. Memorial feast. Refer to 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verses 23 to 26. 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verses 6 to 8. 2 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 1. Galatians chapter 5, verses 7 to verse 9. Here at verse 6, Leviticus 23:6. And the 15th day of the same moon, the same month, is the feast of unleavened bread to La Yahweh, to Jehovah. 7 days ye all must eat unleavened bread. In the first day ye all shall have an holy convocation, a mikra kodesh, a set apart called out assembly. Ye all shall do no servile work therein, but ye all shall offer an offering made by fire to Jehovah. Ishe la Yahuwah, the Ishe la Yahuwah, offer an offering made by fire to Jehovah 7 days. In the 7th day is a holy convocation, Mikra Kodesh, a set apart called out assembly. Ye all shall do no servile And here the Mo'edei Yahweh, the feast of Yahweh, he who be who he be, the feast of Jehovah. Third item, first fruits, Bikurim, Christos, Moshiach, risen. Refer to 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 23. And Yahweh spake to Moshe Lamor, saying, Speak to the B'nai Yisrael and say to them, when ye all be come into the land which I give to you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye all shall bring a sheaf, a omer of the first fruits, the bikurim of your harvest, to HaKohanim, to the priests. And he shall wave the omer, the sheaf, lifnei Yahweh, before Jehovah, to be accepted for you. On the morrow after HaShabbat, after the Sabbath, HaKohen, the priest, shall wave it. And ye all shall offer that day, when ye wave the omer, the sheaf, and he lamb without blemish of the first year, for a burnt offering, and olah la Yahweh, to Jehovah. And the meal offering thereof shall be 2/10 deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire to Jehovah, Ishe la Yahweh, for a sweet savor, and the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the 4th part of an hin. And ye all shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears, until the self-same day that ye all have brought an offering to your Elohim, true good, true God. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings. The feast of Jehovah, Mo'edei Yahweh. 4th, the wave loaves. The church called out assembly, the Kahal, at Pentecoste Shavuot, 50 days after the resurrection of Christos, the resurrection of HaMoshiach. Refer to 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 16 and 17. 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 12, verse 13, and verse 20. Here, Leviticus chapter 23 at verse 15. And ye all shall count to you from the morrow after HaShabbat, the Sabbath, from the day that ye all brought the sheaf, the omer of the wave offering. 7 Sabbaths shall be complete. Even to the morrow after the 7th Sabbath, the 7th Shabbat, shall ye number 50 days, and ye shall offer a new mincha, meal offering, la Yahweh, to Jehovah. Ye all shall bring out of your habitations 2 wave loaves of 2/10 deals. They shall be of fine flour. They shall be baken with leaven. They are the first fruits, la Yahweh, first fruits to Jehovah. And ye, y'all, shall offer with the bread 7 lambs without blemish of the first year, and 1 young bullock, and 2 rams. They shall be for an olah, a burnt offering la Yahuwah to Jehovah, with their mincha, meal offering, and their nesek, drink offerings, even an offering made by fire of sweet savor la Yahuwah to Jehovah. Then ye, y'all, shall sacrifice 1 kid of the goats for a chatat, a sin and akri, a lack offering, and 2 lambs of the first year for a sacrifice of shalamim, peace offerings, dechinet meswa'it. And HaKohen, the priest, shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering, lifnei Yahuwah, before Jehovah. With the 2 lambs, they shall be wholly set apart la Yahuwah to Jehovah for HaKohen, for the priest. And ye, y'all, shall proclaim on the self-same day that it may be an holy convocation, a called out, a separated, called out assembly to you. Ye, y'all, shall do no servile work therein. It shall be a statute forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not make clean riddance of the corners of thy field when thou reapest, neither shalt thou gather any gleanings of thy harvest. I shall leave them to the poor and to the stranger. Ani Yahuwah Elohim. I be he who he be, your Elohim, your true good, your true.
So right there, the 3rd day Aliyah reading and the 4th day reading as well. Right there. So there, Leviticus chapter 23, the feast, the festivals, Shabbat, and the feast, the festivals, and also speaking about the fire offerings. But right here, we get into today's daily Psalm 19. Here, look, Ray Matun, Queen Omega, make a sacrifice, make an acceptable sacrifice. Whoa.
You really think it's easy being an artist, but you don't know the sacrifice we make, the journeys we take. That's why me I tell it straight. Never see the rise and the downsides. You only see the fame and the limelight. You only see a rising star, but you never know that I come from far. The long journeys and the tiring trips. When I'm on the road, no space me off to skip. Today I'm in Trinidad, tomorrow in Brazil for a big stage show. I've got to work, I've got to pay the price. I've got to work, I've got to sacrifice. Respect to the working class. Lazy body better get off your ass. Got to work, gotta sacrifice. Got to work, in this your life. When you put your shoulders to the wheel, what a good vibes you will feel. Go to the north and I go south. I go east, west, so I'm all about doing my works, of course. Treading with the most, I am well on course. Radio interviews and the sound checks, jingles, the place, and I just can't forget. Bully for times I practice to bring my people sweet roots music. So I've got to work, I've got to pay the price. I've got to work, got to sacrifice. Respect to the working class. Lazy body better get off your ass. Got to work, gotta sacrifice. Got to work, got to pay the price. When you put your shoulders to the wheel, what a good vibes you will feel. Oh, you've got to work, gotta sacrifice. You've got to work, in this your life. Respect to the working class. Me know you reap the benefit at last. Some man you got to lose. You got to give and take, watch the road you choose. Got to work, gotta pay the price. Got to work, got to sacrifice. Respect to the working class. Lazy body better get off your ass. Got to work, gotta sacrifice. Got to work in a this life. When you put your shoulders to the wheel, what's the good vibes you will feel?
Yes, yes, yes. So Psalm 19, right here, first here, right here. Today's daily Psalm, according to royal order. Psalm 19.
Psalm 19.
מזמור י"ט למנצח מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד.
The heavens declare the glory of God, 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 glory of God.
השמיים מספרים כבוד אל כבוד אל כבוד אל כבוד אל כבוד אל כבוד אל.
And the firmament showeth his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork.
ומעשה ידיו מגיד הרקיע 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 הרקיע.
Day unto day uttereth speech, 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 day uttereth speech.
יום ליום יביע עומר 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 עומר.
And night unto night showeth knowledge, 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 showeth knowledge.
ולילה ללילה יחווה דעת, 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 דעת.
There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer.
Okay.
Lion of Judah Society. So here. Today's daily psalm according to the royal order. We have Psalm 19. Psalm 19, Mizmor Yod 8, Mizmor Yud 8, Yod 8. Hebrew Aleph numerics, Yod. 10th letter of the Hebrew alphabet, having a numerical value of 10, Yod. Some say Yud, Yud Et, Yod 8, and Tet, the 9th letter, Tet, 9th letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So here we have Mizmor Yod 8, Mizmor Yud Et. Here, Psalm XIX, Psalm 19, Chabarim. And Psalm 19 is themed, the witnesses. Can I get a witness? The witnesses to El Elohim, to El Elohe Yisrael. The witnesses to God, the witnesses to the Almighty, to the Creator, the witnesses to God. So here, let's get right into it right here. Yes. The prayer, there's a prayer here, a prayer to Elohim, prayer to the Creator, whose revelation of himself, his revelation, his self-revelation, right, is twofold. So when we talk about the Hebrew two truths, interesting. The Hebrew, the Afro-Semitic, the African Semitic language, the twofold truths, even of there's the literal, the literal kind of sense, the literal, right, and then the figurative, so to speak. But here we have the revelation, right, of Elohim, the Creator, Yahweh Eloheinu, right, whose revelation, he who he be, whose revelation of himself is twofold. Right? So here the theme, today's daily psalm, the witnesses to Elohim, the witnesses to the creator, the ruler, the almighty power. Right here. So here today's daily psalm. Here we have today's daily psalm. Let's go through a quick overview. So remember, it's witnesses. So in this psalm here, Psalm 19, Mizmor Yod 8, we have witnesses. We have a prayer to the Creator, to Elohim, to He who be, who He be, whose revelation of Himself is twofold. Right? So we have two witnesses here. An abrupt change, right, in today's daily psalm is noticeable at the end, right, of verse 6. In the KJV, the King James Version, will be at the end of verse 6. A noticeable and abrupt change is noticeable. The Mizmor, the psalm, the chant, the Isis, as I would say, the Isis, the Mizmor, the psalm, the chant, it's in two, there are two, maybe divided into two clear divisions, two clear parts. Now, there's a modern view, a latter day view, a modern view of the psalm that it is two compositions. Some look at these two divisions of the psalm, Psalm 19, as being two compositions or two fragments, they say, that have been joined into one psalm because there's two witnesses, the two witnesses, as we brought out right here, prayer to Elohim, whose revelation of himself is twofold, right? It's twofold, right? So some look at that and say, well, what we have is like two different, compositions that was like stitched up into one. However, we don't agree with that. However, the abruptness that we have, at verse 6 in the KJV, verse 7 in the Hebrew manuscripts, the abruptness is rather an argument, a reasoning and an argument for, right, than against, for the unity, the original unity that is one song, that have these two distinct parts right here, rather than like against that. For the compiler would have been likely have tried to make some sort of glue. We have this in other psalms, other areas where we can tell where compilers, had say maybe two, slightly, different but generally similar writings, and they stitched it up, to bring forth a testimony, right? So the fragmenter, the commentator would took the fragments and tried to glue together the two fragments together, right? This is what a compiler would do. So we have to understand like what a compiler, someone who compiles, like those who compile the ancient scriptures, as distinct from those who were the poets or the original authors. You see, a compiler would have taken the two parts, if they were two separate psalms, and would have likely, tried to make, some sort of a glue to hold the two fragments together. However, a poet, right? Right? Or like a lyricist, right? In the rush of his how we call this, afflatus. You know what, I just got to look this up because I kind of know it. When you know a word, you feel you know a word in spirit, right? But then somebody says, well, what does that mean? And I got to get that laugh track, and you can't really, really say so clearly, like I know it in my heart. Okay, but can your heart tell me what this is? Let me get this word right here. Afflatus, right? Okay, here we go. So you understand what we're saying here from the notes, right? Afflatus, right? This is this word right here. Boom, afflatus, right? Afflatus, right? It refers to a powerful creative impulse, right? A powerful creative impulse. You know, if you're a lyricist, or if you write or you compose something, or you're creative, then you know you get these impulses like, you just move on it, right? Often considered to be of divine origin. So afflatus refers to a powerful creative impulse or inspiration, often considered to be of like divine origin, particularly in the context of artistic or poetic endeavors. It's essentially an impelling, like you're impelled, you kind of push mental force, impelling mental force that inspires or it arouses special, unusual activity or creativity. Somebody who's creative look at their work and say, yo, this here, I just got that vibe, like that the spirit, showed me this and I just had to bring this out. And you're like, wow, this is one of your best works right here. So afflatus, a divine creative impulse or inspiration, right? A divine creative impulse or inspiration, right? So here in connection with today's daily psalm, right? This is just the reason on the fact that there are two parts to it. There's like two witnesses, the witnesses to Elohim, the creator. Some commentators will tell you that, well, it was two different compositions or two fragments that were stitched up or glued together, right? However, the more better explanation is that in the abruptness that we find at verse 6 is rather an argument or reasoning for rather than against the original unity. You see, because the difference of a compiler, one who would compile something, and the original poet. You see, a compiler, right, would try to stitch up or glue the two fragments together, and you can see that. You can be able to tell that in English or even in Hebrew or other languages. You can see there'll be certain keys there because poets and original authors, they have certain, what I mean, like, you know you have your favorite musicians and your songwriters, and you could tell songs written by them. It has something. It's like a fingerprint. You know what I mean? But a poet, in the rush of that divine, that creative impulse, that afflatus, right, would welcome the very abruptness. So, like original lyricists might begin off a composition like this and just switch it up, right in the composition. You know what I'm saying? That's that creativeness right there. You know what I mean? Because they're confident in the inspiration that causes them to, articulate or utter, the verses or the composition, right? A compiler wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? It's a different kind of MO, right? So a poet, right, in the rush of that divine creativity would welcome the very abruptness, the change, right? That the manufacturer, the compiler or the manufacturer would avoid, right? So one who's compiling it up, would seek to avoid that because it's not their work. They don't feel it like that. They're just trying to make these kind of go together, right? But the poet, right, would switch it up, right? From major to minor, from minor to major, right? Indeed, one part, right, is incomplete without the other. This is further how we know it's original composition. Because when you really get you fully kind of grasp the fullness of it, you begin to recognize, oh yeah, if you take one part by itself, it's incomplete without the other. That's how you can tell that they belong together, right? You could break down two fragments of something stitched together very easily because they both kind of tell what they tell independent of one another. But here the two parts are incomplete without the other. Can't have one if you don't have the other, right, brother, right, sister, right? So in the combination, right, they point to the two sources. So when we look at them as it is as one composition, right, it points to the two sources of knowledge. There are two sources of da'at, the Hebrew da'at, right? The gnosis, as we say, or knowledge, right? The two sources of the knowledge of Elohim, of the Creator, right? That man possesses. So, what are these two sources of knowledge of Elohim, of the Creator, that humanity possesses? Well, one, we have the marvels, right? The wonders, the beauty of his creation, of the creation, the iration, the creation, as it's seen in the starry heavens. When we look at the stars, look at the heavens. I know many of us as city folk, we have to get out, get to the countryside, get to see the sky, the real sky, not the bright lights that they put in the sky, but the real sky, right? The starry heavens. And coupled with the divine, right, character of the moral law. So on one hand, we have creation, especially exemplified by the heavens, and the heavens of heavens, that which we can see and observe on the earthly plane and from the earthly plane, right? Combined, right, with the second, the divine character, right, of the moral law. The moral law here is Torah. So from creation, we have creation and we have Torah, to simplify it. Creation and Torah. There was a philosopher, and here we bring him in right here, one named Kant. I didn't say Kant. He's not Kant, but Kant, right? I think it's a German philosopher named Kant. He may have been influenced by this song. So the so-called, I think, German philosopher Kant, Kant, he may have been influenced, under the influence of this song, Mizmor Yod Tate, right? When he wrote something. And this is what he wrote. Here's what the philosopher Kant wrote. He says, there are two things that fill my soul with holy reverence and ever-growing wonder. What are these two? The spectacle of the starry sky that virtually annihilates us with as physical beings. When you see just how vast the heavens are, you'd be like, what? What is man? What is man? What is man? What is man? When I say man, I mean man and woman, male and female. And the moral law, the Torah and Ha-Torah, that raises us to infinite dignity, right? That the moral law, which here in the Torah, here in the Psalm here, is clearly Torah, right? This is what it raises us, I, to infinite dignity as intelligence agents. Now, what's so interesting is that when you take away, when man is created in the image and the after likeness, right? In the image and the likeness of Elohim, of the creator. And then when man looks at the creation, the heavens, the earth, the wonders, but especially the heavens, you know what I'm saying? And then when man looks at Yahweh's, his moral law, right? His moral law, right? This here is what really gives humanity, right, dignity. And when you move that out the way, well, you get days like these, in the last days and latter day times, perilous times, you know what I mean? Where it says the love, the love grows colder, love of one another grows colder. You see what I'm saying? So here's where we have to get a witness, the witnesses of the Creator, the blameless Creator. And here we have here in today's daily psalm, right here, probably gonna get right into this right here, right? The glory of Elohim, the Creator, right? The praise that rises from this to the praise of the mercy of Elohim, the mercy of the Creator, right? As the lawgiver, the Torah giver, the giver of genuine morality, and thus through the praise springing from wondering, the wonder and the loving adoration, the poet here, today's daily psalm, clears the way to the prayer for justification. So at the end of today's daily psalm, there's a prayer, right, for justification and sanctification. And amongst the called, chosen, and faithful Rastafari that I in the first tried it with, we have to say this, that there was one verse in this song, right, the 14th verse, right? May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable before thee, Yahweh Tzuri Goali, Yahweh, my strength and my redeemer, or in the Hebrew, my rock, Suri, Goali, Suri, my rock, and Goali, and my redeemer. That word right there, such a inspiration. But here I get to recognize this is a prayer, right? As we get to the fullness of Psalm 19, there's a prayer, right, for justification, for righteousness, being right, being innocent, and sanctification, being holy, being set apart, right? This prayer grows out of the praise of the mercy of the Creator, the mercy of Elohim, Eloheinu, in giving us, right, HaTorah, who has revealed, he reveals himself in his word and through his word. Be debaro. In the beginning, the word was with God and the word was God. He reveals himself, be debaro, right, in his debar, in his word, without coming back to the first part, right? The first part of the psalm, as we get a sum of the psalm right here. But here, due to time, let's get right into it right here. Today's daily psalm, according to the royal order, here we have Psalm 19. Just wanted to give that kind of overview right there, right? The witnesses, right, to Elohim, to the Creator, right? Yahweh, right, the Creator, right, reveals himself, right? Right, the revelation of himself is twofold. His revelation is in creation, and his revelation is in and through his word. Be debaro. So, with that being said, we have verses 1 to 6. 1 to 6, y'all. The revelation of Elohim, Hebraically, concerning Yahweh, he who be, Eloheinu, our Elohim, the creator. The revelation of Elohim in nature, in the nature, right? In the natures. He is the nature of natures, the creator of the natures. Elohim, Eloheinu. So the revelation of Elohim in nature. And here, this brings us here to verse 1, right? Verse 1 here, as our custom trod right here, compare and contrast. Right here, we have the Aleph first. So here, we have the revelation, first 6 verses, 1 to 6, including the superscription to the chief musician, a psalm of David. That is a superscription to the chief musician, a psalm of David. Now in the Hebrew, right, that is the Aleph verse. That's the first verse. La menatziach mizmor le David, mizmor le David, mizmor le David. To the chief musician, the musical leader, the director, the menatziach, the ha-menatziach, a mizmor, a psalm, a chant, le David, of David, le David. Now here, the second verse in the Hebrew is what you know in your Bibles as the first verse, where it reads, the heavens declare the glory of El, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. The heavens declare the glory of El, right? And the firmament of the Almighty. The heavens declare the glory of El, and Hebraically El, the Almighty, Almighty power, the Almighty, as in the Almighty power. The heavens declare the glory of El, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. Here, the Ivrit. So here you can see in the HGPD, you can see where the 19.1 and the 19.2, what we're seeking to explain about the Hebrew manuscripts, the first verse, La Menatziach, Mizmor le David, to the chief musician, to the Menatziach, a Mizmor, a chant of David. Then 19 and 2, right, is what in your Bibles will be the first verse. You know, the verse, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. Here in the Ivrit, Hashemayim misaprim kabod El, Ua maaseya yadayo wa magida harakia, the rakia, the firmament, harakia, the firmament. So here, Hashemayim, the heavens, Hashemayim, misaprim, the heavens. Now the word heaven, Shemayim, is actually a dual plural, right? In its Hebrew construct. It's like Elohim, the Yod Meme. So it's kind of interesting, even in the sense of the twofold revelation that we have here. But Hashemayim, right? They, right? The heavens, right? Heavens, Misaperim, not Misaper, right? That's a one, but Misaperim, they. Hashemayim, Misaperim. The heavens, they safar, right? Safar, they declare, safar, misaparim, they recount. They count. The heavens count for times and seasons, days and years. They count and they recount. They relate. They number. They take account of the heavens. Right? Hashemayim misaparim. They recount. They rehearse. They declare. They, in a sense, talk. There's a conversation, right? If you understand the language, they count exactly or accurately the heavens, right? Bringing it down here, the heavens, they score. hmm They score, like in a game or something for a mark, a tally, or a record. The implication, right, of what the heavens declare, they inscribe, they enumerate, they number, right? Intensively, they recount. Also, based on the root safar, they celebrate. But here in this sense, the heavens, Hashemayim misaparim kabod, Kavod El, Kabod El. The Kabod, the glory, the honor, the glory. Now, what's interesting about this word here is this word, in its root sense, is the same as the modern term taken from the English correspondent word, right? Gravity, gravitas. See, it's from kabad, the root of kabod. Kabod, glory, coming from kabad, the verb root kabed, right? Which means to be heavy. It's like the Ethiopic, there's a name, and also as part of the Ethiopic Afro-Semitic language, kabada. Some people are named, some Ethiopians named kabada, right? But it means like to be heavy, right? To be heavy, literally to be heavy, to be weighty, to be grievous, to be heavy. Is a sense of gravity. Because in who is it? It was that one Bacon. What was it? Was it Bacon? One of those guys that so-called discovered gravity, right? Isaac Newton. No, Newton. Bacon's the other one. Newton. Sir Isaac Newton, right? And he took the word from scripture, from the religious use of like gravitas, like someone having gravitas is like having honor, heaviness, it's weight, right? To be heavy, right? But then also in the sense of honor. So it's an interesting word, right? It also has twofold sense, right? Let's scroll down here. Literally, it means to be heavy. Now, in a bad sense, there can be a bad sense of the word, to be burdensome. Somebody being heavy is like they severe, they dull. Like, are you heavy? You thick. If you say you thick, you heavy. Like you don't understand. In the good sense, right? The kabad, right? That we get in the sense of kabod, glory. In the good sense, to be numerous, rich, honorable. Causative sense, to make weighty, right? You see what it says in the same two senses. So here, this Psalm 19, the two witnesses, and the linguistics, the biblical Hebrew, the Yehudi, also having this twofold sense, right? So here it says the heavens declare the glory, right, of El, the Almighty. Hashemayim, Misaparim, Kabod El, right? Maaseh Yadayo, Maaseh Yadav, Maaseh, and the work of Yadav, his hands, and the work of his hands, right? Magid, Harakia, right? So here, this is turned around inside out a little bit in translation. The firmament is the last word in this part, rakia, rakia. Rakia is the extended surface, the solid, the firmament, the whole sense of the firmament, the vaulted heaven, right? The supported waters above. The Hebrews considered, right, the heavens, the rakia, the firmament, as being actually of a solid and supporting waters above. That the firmament, whatever it be, it supports the waters above, the waters above, the waters below. So this is the word for rakia. Rakia is the firmament, but apparently from what appears is that visible arch of the sky. Like in the daytime, you see the visible arch of the sky. You ever notice this? In the daytime, on a good day, you can see the visual arch, the visible arch of the sky. Depends on where you're standing, right? But then at nighttime, it's like you don't really see that arch. You notice that? It's like the arch is gone, the heavens is like open. The heavens appear like open, right? But in the daytime, there's this firmament, there's this rakia, there's this visible arch, right? The expanse, right? So that's the rakia. So here it actually says, right? Ma'ase, and the work. You see here what's his handiwork, right? Ma'ase, 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 ma'ase yadayo. Ma'ase is like work, something done did, business, work, right? And then the secondary word is from yad, yadayu, yadayu, yadav, modern Hebrew, yadav, ancient Pony yadayu, yadayu, right? The yad, right, of his hands, yadayu, yadayo, right, of his hands, right, of his hands. So, and the work of his hands, they magid, magid. Magid comes from nagad. Nagad is the root. In the Hefil sense, magid, right, they tell, they declare, right, they tell. Now notice both for the word declare and the word shueth, translated as shueth, right? Because this word here we go, like Haggadah, right? To manifest. They announce, right? The manifest. They show in the sense of they manifest, announce. But notice this word, as it says here, announce, always by word of mouth to one present. So notice, declare, misaparim from safar, it can mean to declare. The word nagad, in a general sense, you can also call it declare too, right? Declare. You see what it says in the Hefil, declare, declare, make known, expound. But getting to the root, why are these words similar, but how are they different? Because here, magid from nagad mean to manifest. In the figure of speech, allegorical speech, is to announce in the sense of always by word of mouth to one present. So in this first verse, it's telling us a lot in this first verse, where it says, Hashemayim Mesaparim Kabod El, Uma'aseya Yadayo Magida Harakia, that the heavens they declare, they are recounting the Kabod El, the gravitas of the Almighty, the gravity of the Almighty, the Kabod, the glory of El, the Almighty power, and the firmament, Uma'ase Yadayo, and the work of his hands, Magid, right? They are manifesting. That's the sense of shu. That's why they translate as shu, to manifest. But it figure in the figure of speech, of Hebrew speech, they announce, right? And the work of his hands, of the Creator's hands, they magid. They are announcing. But notice, this word is always by word of mouth to one present. In other words, how it's used in the Hebrew, it's like if I nagid something to you, I'm announcing it. I'm telling to, like I'm present. I'm telling you about it, right? Like I'm testifying, but I'm telling you about it. Check, right? So the heavens are also speaking, right? They're speaking, Uma Seyadayo, and the work of his hands, the work of Yahweh's hands, they talk, they tell. Magid, right? Harakia, right? So to say that the work of his hands, right? His handiwork, sheweth the firmament, right? So the order of the words is like that, right? But it's brought out like this. So here, let's get into this first verse, the Aleh first, the heavens, Ha Shemayim. Ha Shemayim. So here in the verses with a definite article, the Ha Shemayim. What can be seen in the sky by the naked eye is sufficient to proclaim a majestic creator. Just what we can see in the sky, right? It just didn't just happen. Oh, it just evolved by accident. Word, and you just say stable like that, right? All this time it has its order, its pattern, and all that was an accident. But so the heavens, what can be seen in the sky by the naked eye, is sufficient to proclaim a majestic creator, right? The invention of astronomical instruments and other technology, what does it give us? It gives us infinitely greater cause for reverential wonder at the grandeur of Elohim's handiwork, the Ma'aseh Yadayo, the handiwork of the Creator. You know, I was reading some things with some scientists that some of them were like atheists and other things, and so a few of them actually said that they recognize there has to be a creator, You know, this couldn't just be like just accident. Yes, some things seem to be accident or just seem to be evolve about, but this whole thing, no, 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 no. So this kind of brings out that, right? The glory, kabod el, the ineffable, ineffable. Some things you see, we witness, we can't really even articulate properly. We can't even, it's ineffable. But his ineffable wisdom, his wisdom and his power, right? The kabod, right, of El, right? El properly, right here, they have all of this and all of that. But El properly is this right here, right? When speaking of Yahweh as Ha'el, Ha'el, Hayel, he is the Almighty, the all powerful one, right? His ineffable wisdom, but also not just power, but also, right, his wisdom and his power. So he's almighty in his wisdom and his power. The firmament, Rakia, we touch on the Rakia right here. This is the term that's used in Genesis, Bereshit, chapter 1, verse 6. And as we have brought out, it's the expanse of the sky, the visible arch, right? Spread above the earth. That's quite visible in the daytime, but seems to disappear at night. Right? It seems to disappear at night. At night, the heavens appear open. In the daytime, the heavens appear to have this arch, right? This arch. Be that as it may, made as it be. One more time right here. La menatziach mizmor ledawi. Hashemayim mesaprim kavod el. Uma ase yadayo magid harakia. Here to the bait, KJV wise, the second verse, the bait verse right here. Day to day uttereth speech, and night to night sheweth knowledge. Remember the first verse, it says shoe. Is this the same shoe? Uh-oh, not the same shoe. So they translate like, sheweth. That's what they did in the first verse, right? Firmament sheweth, right? The firmament sheweth, his handiwork. Now, right here, we have shoe, right? And here we have chava, Chava, modern Hebrew, Chava, right? Let's get to the verse right here. Yom leyom yabia. Omer. Oh, wow. Right here. Remember we were talking about earlier here for the Amor, Omer. There we go. Omer, right? Yom leyom yabia. Omer. With Laila, Yehaweh da'at, Yehaweh da'at. It sheweth Yehaweh da'at. It sheweth da'at. So here, let's get the data of the da'at, right? Da'at, right? It's an ayn, so it's a little harder. Da'at, right? Da'at. So what is da'at? Da'at is knowledge, perception, knowledge. When you look at the Kabbalistic tree, right? It's Chaim, the tree of life. Sometimes Da'at is that hidden sephira, that hidden cipher, that hidden world. Some connect that with the Gan Ba'eden, the Garden of Eden, the Da'at, that tree, right? Da'at. But here we have Da'at, the general word for knowledge, right? Or science, right? Da'at, right? Knowledge or science. So here, we have Yom, day, liyom, day to day, right? Yom, liyom, yabiyah, Omer, yabiyah, Omer. So let's see if they bring out the Omer right here. There we go. I was looking for it earlier, but here we got it. Hallelujah. So you remember the Omer. Now remember, Omer is uttering speech, it's word. Omer, utterance, speech, and word, right? Related to the Amor of the 31st sabbatical study, related to Amar, right? But then we have, during this time, we are counting the Omer. So there's Omer, the sheaf of wheat, and here we have Omer and Omer. Right? This is Omer, right? Right? Not Omar, but Omer, right? Utterance, speech, right? Like this is something said, right? And we have Emer, right? Amer, speech, right? But here, let's bring it out. So here's saying day to day, Yabiyah, Omer, day to day, blank speech, right? But the word uttereth is an interesting word, right? Yabia, Yabia. What does Yabia come from? Naba'a, Naba'a, Naba, Naba. Naba is to flow, to pour out, to gush, to bubble up, right? Yabia, to bubble up. In the Hefil sense, to pour out or to emit, to cause to bubble. It can also to belch forth. Yabia, Yabia, Yabia. Yom, Liyom, Yabia. Omer, right? Day to day, right? Pours out, emits, belches forth, so to speak, right? To belch, to gush. So, in one sense, to gush. In a figurative sense, in the figure of Hebrew, the second of the two truths is to utter, right? Yabia. It utters, right? It utters speech. It gushes forth speech, right? And the utterance could be good or bad words, right? Specifically, is to emit, right? Almost like to emanate. It emits day to day, emanates something. There's an emanation from day to day, right? Something that flows forth, that pours out, that gushes forth, right? Speech right here, 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 right? So day to day utters speech. Each day pours out, right? Yom liyom yabia omer. Day to day, it pours out, right? To the next, the tale, the narrative, the tale of the Creator's wondrous might, right? In the rising, right? And the setting of the day, right? In the rising of the light of the sun and the setting of the light of the sun, day to day, right? Just the clockwork of the heavens, right? And the earthly plane, right? Second part of the verse, with Lila le Lila, and the what? So we have the day to bring out the word day, yom le yom. Yom, day, li, for, or to, yom. Yom le yom, yabia, pours out, omer, speech, utterance, right? Here we have Lila, with Lila, velila, Lila, and Lila, like we say, Lila Tov, good night, Lila, right? Lila, right? One of the three ways that is found in the Hebrew. In some cases, we could say Lila, night, as Lail, Lail, right? So here, there's like the fuller form of night, Laila, 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 Laila. But there's the shorter forms in the Hebrew, Lail, Lail, and Lail. Lail. Lail is like the shortest form for night. Lail. Lail Tov, Lail Tov, Lail, Lail. But here we have Laila, the fuller, right? So here we have night, right? Night le Laila. Laila le Laila. Night to night. Yehaweh. Yehaweh. Yehaweh Da'at. Yehaweh Da'at. Yehaweh Da'at. Night to night. Here it says Shueth, right? Shueth. Now here we have Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. It Hawas, right? So here we have Hawa, Hava, right? Hava, Hawa is a twofold, right? The first sense, the PL, the first basic sense, right, is to tell, to declare, to show, to make known. But in the second sense of it, Hawa, also linked with Chai and life, right? To breathe, the sense of to breathe, properly to live, right? To live. Yehaweh, Yehaweh, right? So the translator says Shueth, but we get to the root sense of the Chava, right? And this link, right, with life and live. It lives knowledge. Implication that it lives knowledge. Night to night lives knowledge, right? Yahweh da'at. The implication is it declares, it shows it, right? Like in living color, in the sense of living color right there. So here, night to night revealeth. So a more proper way to bring this out, the Hawa, right? Hawa and the Chava, modern Hebrew, Hawa, right? Is that it lives, right? It lives what? Right? It reveals, right? Da'at, revealing the gnosis. Each night informs the next that there is an almighty creator, right? In the shining, right, of the moon, in the shining of the stars, the heavenly bodies. And you notice something? That these heavenly bodies are said to be moving about, right? They're moving around, but they keep their order, right? You notice they keep their order, right? They don't clash and they don't collide into one another. And all this just happened by accident, just evolved that way, but based on a bunch of accidents, then everything's got into order. Since when did accidents of themselves just get themselves into order? No. So it reveals the Almighty Creator. So here to the second verse right here, right? The twofold witnesses. Yom le yom yabia omer. Welaila le laila yechaweh da'at. Here to the third verse, the Gamel verse right here. It says there is, right? But the there is not there. So we're going to read it as we know it to be true. No speech nor language, their voice is not heard. So the italicizations are not there in the Hebrew. They're put there as crutches for the English speaker and understanding and what people are used to. But the Hebrew brings out more the raw without the italicizations. No speech nor language, their voice is not heard. No speech nor language. So notice these words used for declaring and showing and uttering and revealing and showing and speaking. You notice, but it's telling us that though there is a dialogue, right, there's no speech nor language. Their voice. So the voice of the heavens and the voice of the heavens during the day and the night, you know what I mean? There's voice, there's utterance, there's like a conversation, but there is no speech nor language. And their voice, like we have voice and animals have voice, but their voice is not heard. Let's bring out the Hebrew. It says Ain Omer. Ain. There is not. Ain that doesn't exist for what? For the Shemaim, for the Rakia, for the Yom, for the Laila. It doesn't exist for the heavens, the firmament, the day or the night, a speech or a language or a voice, but they are declaring something, right? They declare, the heavens declare, the firmament is shoes, it shows, you know what I mean? It tells, it narrates, it manifests. The day utters speech, the night is revealing knowledge, is showing living knowledge, right? But there's no speech, no language. Their voice is not heard. Ain omer we ain debarim. So there is no omer, speech, omer. There is no debarim. There's no words. Devarim, there's no words. Beli, right? Nishma, beli in the Hebrew means like without. Beli, they're without nishma, right? Without hearing, olam, without the hearing of their voices, their voice, right? Belia nishma, olam. Beli nishma, without like hearing, olam, without hearing their voice. Here they bring it out here, translators notes, without these, their voices heard, but the Hebrew, without their voice heard. Yeah, that's there it goes. Beli actually is beli nishma, without hearing, without the hearing, or without the hearing of olam, their voice. Not their voices, but their voice. Like they all have one call, one voice. Right? So it's revealing, it's talking, it's speaking, but not in speech, not in language, and you can't hear their voice. Ain omer we ain debarima belia nishma olam. Believe Nishma Olam. So the message, what's the message? The message that is conveyed, right, to man, to the human being, right, to humanity, by the sight of Hashemayim, by the sight of the heavens, right, comes to us without the employment of audible sound, of any audible sound. They talk about the sound of the heavens, right? But I thought there was no ear out there, right? So without the employment, so check this out. So even the ancients understood, science will tell you, when you watch science fiction movies and stuff and series, Star Trek or what have you, and if something blows up and you hear boom, you hear explosion and all of that. But that's not really how it would really go out there, right? There'll be no sound. There's no sound, right? Science, so-called, has proven that there's no sound out there. But check it. In Mizmor Yod Tate, we already knew thousands of years ago that there's no audible sound, right, out there. There's no audible sound out there. You know what I'm saying? It's only when it comes down here, right, and it breaks certain barriers, that sound. right? So Ain Omer with Ain Debarim Belia Nishma Olam, right? No audible sound, no audible sound. But there's a message. There is a message. Here, let's go to Dalet, the fourth verse right here. Here to the fourth verse, today's daily psalm. Here we're in the section verses 1 to 6, the revelation of Elohim, the revelation of the Creator in nature, in the natures, in nature. Here, verse KJV wise, verse 4, right? Their line is going out. Their line is going out through all the earth. Right? You notice like wherever you at on the face of the earth, you still see part of the same sky that the rest of everybody else can see, more or less, right? And their words to the end of the world. Their words to the end of the world. In them, in what? In them hath he. Who's the he? He from the beginning, he from the very beginning. When it says the heavens declare, Hashemayim Misaparim Kabod El, right? The glory, the gravitas, the gravity of the Almighty, right? In them hath he, the Almighty in wisdom and in power, he, the Almighty, the Creator, set a tabernacle for the sun. Wait, hold on for a moment. And the sun is out there, as they say, the sun is out there. So the sun has a tabernacle. Word, the sun has a, what's the word for tabernacle? Oh, hell. The sun got a tent, right? Now, understand what's being described here in words, right? A tabernacle for the sun, right? So their line, their rule or direction. Here, let's bring out the Ivrit, right? In fact, let's go up here, right here. Let's see what the difference here. LXX says kolam, and the kawam. Okay, Romans 10 and 18. Let's go to Romans 10 and 18. Okay, here's the reason why Rabbi Shaul, you know, see the Talmudim and discipleship, was good to familiarize Paul with these areas. Then once he was in Moshiach, he could really bring out these verses here in the New Covenant. But I say, have they not heard? Have they not heard? Yes, verily, their sound went into all the earth, and their words to the ends of the world. Okay, so here in the Masoretic and the LXX has a slight difference. Here from the Masoretic it says, Bikol ha'aretza yatsa kawam, right? Yatsa kawam, yatsa kavam, right? Some say this should be kolam, their voice, right? Ua bikatseya tevela mia lehem la shemesh, Sam or hel bahem. Okay, let's bring this out right here. Let's scroll down here. Let's get the note right there. Line, rule, direction. Okay. I get what they're saying right here. Because see, okay, the word kav, cow, ancient point of kav, tomato, kav. Here as kav, right? So the kavam would be their kav. Kawam would be their cow. Cow is cord, it's line, it's a measure. Cow or kav. Modern Hebrew kav, right? Kav, right? A measuring line, right? Now in Isaiah went to our line upon line, precept upon precept. In the Hebrew, it's it's like something that they would teach children in learning Hebrew. It's like a kind of like a pun, like it's because cow la cow, cow la cow is kind of like a pun, but it's a way of teaching. So they call it a onomata, right? Omomata poetic. What is onomata poetic? I know it's kind of a challenging word at first, but here, let's just bring this out right here, right? So it describes, right, words that imitate sounds they represent, right? So there are certain words that imitate sounds they represent. Like in movies, like remember in the old Batman, poof, bam, wham, stuff like that. So in Isaiah goes through and he uses that word cow lakal. And it's a part of Isaiah where it says line upon line and precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. It's like a Hebrew rhyme. It's almost like a nursery rhyme. So the prophet kind of drops this nursery rhyme to say how insensible, how stupid they are. Like, you don't really get this. So you remember back when we were little children, and then he quotes that kind of nursery rhyme, but the translation translated as line upon line, precept upon precept. So it kind of, there's a double duty. It does mean line upon line, precept upon precept, but on the other level, it's like a kind of a pun he's giving them, right? Because they're not understanding, these prophetic words. So describe words that imitate sounds they represent. Like you don't understand the word I mean, so I have to go back to the basics. Cow, like cow. You know what I mean? Like buzz and hiss, like hiss. It hiss, right? We're imitating, like a snake or something like that. Buzz, right? So the onomatopoetic, right, words are words derived, like creative, like creating such words derived from certain kind of, certain kind of sounds, right? So if we get a chance, we'll bring out the Isaiah part, but that's that line upon line, precept upon precept. But here in this psalm, the cow or the kav is a chord. The cow is like a measuring chord, like measuring chord, right? And like we said, it appears in Isaiah, right? His mimicry, right, of Yeshaya, Isaiah's words. And they say perhaps it can mean senseless, right? But now here's the point. You see what it says their line? Now when Paul quotes this, right? When Paul quotes this, right, he's quoting, right, from what ones would say would be an LXX form of the Hebrew, right? What we call the synagogue Greek, because we had the Torah translated, so there was that version, and then there was like translations of that were into the Hebrew again from that version. So as the LXX, the Greek was translated from the Hebrew, because of how the languages are built, it's easy to then translate back into, you know what I'm saying, right? So the olam. So when Paul quotes what he quotes a little different than the psalm here. He says, but I say, have they not heard? Yes, verily their sound, right, went into all the earth. Now, notice the verse here doesn't say their sound, it says their line, their line. So here we have two words, right? Here we go. You see the word over here, right? So the one that Paul quotes, like into the LXX, is the one olam, olam. The one that's found in the Hebrew manuscripts is right here, right? It's kawam, kawam, kavam. So the kavam there means their line, kawam, their cow, their kav. While the word kolam is what we had in the previous verse, right? If you notice something, the previous verse we had where it says, neither is their voice kolam heard, right? So this might give us insight into what version Paul was quoting from, or what version of the Hebrew they had, right? But when you look at it like here, you look at these two letters, they're basically the same. The difference is one letter, the lamed, right? Lamed. In kolam is their call, their voice. In kawam is their kav, their cow or kav. Kavam is their kav, their cord, right? So the Hebrew of it says their line is going out. But now when Paul quoted it, he quoted from the other version that took the word kawam, kavam as kolam, kolam. So just one letter. You see what one letter difference is, just kind of interesting right there, right? So that's like kind of the major difference right there, right, between what Paul kind of brings out right there. But here their line, kavam, kavam. You know what? Hold on for a moment. Let me see if I can do this right here. Hold on for a brief moment. Where we go. Let's go over there. That was our last search. Okay, line. Let's see, line. Hold on for a moment. It'll correct me, right? Line. No. Let's go over there. Okay, my thumbs. Hold on for a moment. I'm using my thumbs to type. So hold on for a moment. Line, right, upon, right, and precept, right, precept. Okay, you're smarter. Yeah, go ahead. That's cool. Okay, clear that, right? That's a false positive there, but there we go. Here we go. This is what it's talking about. What Isaiah, right? What Isaiah, Yeshaya, and this links to this what we're talking about here. For precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line. Here a little, there a little, right? So let's bring this out right here for y'all, right? Here, let's go down here to the Hebrew, right? Here we go. Here we go, what he's saying right here. So in the Hebrew, it's ki. Ki tzav la tzav, kav la kav, ze'er shama, ze'er sham. That's it right there. It's like almost like a what do you call, like what do you call it? Kindergarten, like a kindergarten rhyme, right? Ki tzav la tzav for precept or command for command, command for command, command for command. Ki is sao la sao, cow la cow, ze'er sham. It's like a little rhyme, so ones can at least appreciate it, right? So here, what it said for precept, it's really command. Precept here is command. Let's bring that out. So here we have sav or sao, modern Hebrew sav la sav, command, sav la sav. So here, this is used in mocking mimicry, because in that portion, what Yeshaya the prophet is saying, it's like the people like acting like they dumb, like you don't get it. Demand them, like you don't get what I'm saying. So like, let me take you back to nursery. You remember in nursery, sav la sav, kav la kav, ze'er sham. You remember that, right? Of Isaiah's words, and thus not a true divine command. It's like you playing games. It's almost like what Yeshaya is kind of saying, right? When we look at the narrative and the line right here, right? The kawam is the measuring cord, right? So just wanted to bring this out here for ones and ones to kind of, just see in the Ivrit, ki tzav. I'm gonna read it two ways: modern Hebrew way, ki tzav la tzav, kav la kav, ze'er sham. The Afro-Semitic, the ancient pointing. Kia sao la sao, cow la cow, ze'er sham. So right here, just to bring that part out. So here, right, their line. But it's interesting. It's very interesting. Kolam. Kawam, right? Their chord, kolam, their voice, even for the previous verse, right? Here it says their line is going out through all the earth, right? Their line is going out through all the earth. Bikol haaretz yatsa kavam, right? But Paul, and in the new covenant, there it's brought out as kolam, their voice. Their voice is going out. It's kind of interesting when we really look at it, right? But anyway, right? In the new covenant sense, kavam, right? Their line, right? So from the Masoretic, kawam, their line. Let's go down here for a moment, right? Their voice. So here they have their voice, right? Kolam, sound, voice, while the Masoretic has kavam, their line. And then we have Romans 10 and 18, right? So there it seems as though Paul was reading LXX, a Masoretic, whether the LXX, right, or the synagogue Greek version of it, right, where we have kolam, right? Be that as it may, let's scroll down here just to the last, like to say, so here they also have their voice, right, their voice. So this is interesting. This also testifies WEB. Some of the other translations from the Hebrew, you're looking at one manuscript or the other. Yet its voice echoes throughout the earth. Its words carry to the distant horizon. In the sky, he has pitched a tent for the sun, right? Bringing out this verse right here. So their line, the measuring line used to determine the limits of a landed property. That is what a kav or a cow is. It's the measuring line used to determine the limits of a landed property. So if you have landed property, it measures from here to here. They would literally measure it out with line. Here, according to the Psalm right here, it extends, right? Here, it extends to the whole world, right? And all the inhabitants receive their message, right? So it's almost like looking at even the sun and the moon and the stars, they move through, like the sun and the moon especially can be seen in almost all parts of the earth, right? So that, but they move on a line, right? In that sense, they move in a pattern, in a line, right? So here it says their line is going out through all the earth, and in a sense, symbolically, that is their kolam. Their kavam is their kolam, right? Their line is the part of the message, their voice, in a sense, right? And their words, notice, and their words, debarim, their words to the end of the world. But here it says, in them, bahem, in them, right? Right? Ubikasei, tebel, me lehem, right? Let's see, in their words here, it uses slika, not debarim, but debar, but he uses the other word for word, right? Mile. This is a little more Aramaic, but mile. It has the mile, a word, a topic. Milehem. So Ubi could say, right? And their topics, their discourse, right, is to the ends, right, is to the ends. Be could say the gates. It is to the ends, right, where it says throughout the end. There we go, the end of the world. The ketse, be ketse, to the extremity, to the ends, right, of the table. Remember, table is world, but it's world in the sense of the moist parts of the earth, the inhabitable portions. Notice that the inhabitable portions. Places like Antarctica and North Pole is not really so habitable. Yeah, there's people there, but you know what I'm saying. That's why sometimes they don't see much sun. The line doesn't really always fully extend over there, if you think about it, right? But being as it may, it says by him, in them, by him, in them, in the heavens, has he set a tent, right? He set a tent, right? A tent for the sun. La Shemesh. La Shemesh. The word for sun, the Shemesh. In Hebrew, the Shemesh. La for Ha, the Shemesh. For Ha Shemesh, La Shemesh. Liha Shemesh, La Shemesh. Psalm. He sets, right? Ohel, Bahem, a tent in them, right? The most primitive peoples, right? To the most primitive first peoples, the Kadmonim, right? The people from the Kedem, the first times, the most primitive, right? And ancient peoples, the sun, right? Ha Shemesh, the Shemesh, right? The Shemesh was an object of worship, right? Since it was perceived that nature's vitality, it depended upon its warmth, the warmth of the sun. Without the warmth of the sun, what would happen, right? To the Hebrew, right? So to the most primitive peoples, yes, the Shemesh was regarded, as a god or close to it, you know what I mean? Because of what they perceive happened through its effect on, nature. But to the Hebrews, to those who crossed over, right, who kind of went from kindergarten, like say to high school, to the Hebrews, it was the sun, Hashemesh, was one of Elohim, the Creator's creations. And the poet here in Mizmor Yod 8 in Psalm 19, right, to the poet here, right, here imagines or images it as a resplendent living being. So in this psalm, here in this verse, it's like the psalm is like, in this psalm, the sun, the Shemesh, is like a person, right? The Shemesh is like a living being for whom he, right, Yahweh, right, has provided a dwelling place. So it's like the sun is like a living being, right? And the sun has been provided a dwelling place. And this dwelling place is as if it were in an ohel, right? A tent. Have you noticed the tent of the sun? The sun does have a tent, actually. Notice whenever the sun appears, like whenever like the sun is up in the daytime, it's on a good summer day, you notice it's that arc of the sky. It's the same rakia. I think that the psalmist here was pointing to the rakia, the firmament. Because notice, whenever the sun appears, it always appears during the day, and when the sun appears, it creates a kind of a tent. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. If you look at the like the horizon from a good distance and you see the sun moving across, look up, you'll see that there's what is like a tent, and that's like what they will call the firmament, right? Because you never see it without that. You never see the sun without that. It's almost like the sun creates an atmosphere that at night that atmosphere goes away. It's like an open sky, right? You know what I mean? There's a closed firmament in the day, the tent, and then at night. But at night we don't see the sun. Check, right? So thinking that the poet is bringing out this right here. But be this as it may, be that as it may, bekol haaretz yatzah kawam, right? Yatzah kolam, ubikitzeya tevela milehem, la shemesh sam ohel bahem. Here, to the fifth verse right here. Hey. Here to the hey verse, right? Still speaking about the sun. Remember the subject. The sun, not which, but the sun who, right? Hashemesh, talking about the Shemesh in the last verse. In them have he said a tent, right, for the sun. Who, right? The sun, which, the sun who is as a bridegroom, coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race, as a strong man. So you see how the sun here is personified, right? Almost as a person, right? Running through, running his course, a strong man, a bridegroom, coming out of his chamber, rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race, that race across the sky that we observe. On a good day, we see the sun is like and we stand in the same positions like the sun, ran across the sky. You know what I mean? The day went that fast. Yeah, it ran. Right. But here, let's bring out this verse here. With who? So here in the Hebrew it says with who. It don't say which. That's what I say in the King James and other trans which. Bun of which is who. Here in the Hebrew it says with who. And he himself, ka chatan. Wahua kachatana yotzei meya chupato, and he himself ka is like chatan, is like a chatana chotain is like a bridegroom, yotzei that comes out, that exits it out, may from chupato from his chamber. Wahua kachatan. Wahua chotana yotzeya meya chupato yasis, rejoicing, yasis, rejoicing, kug gibor, rejoicing as a gibor, as a mighty man, as a strong man, as a champion, as a warrior, as a gibor. Yasisa kug gibor, yarutz, to run, la roots, to run, orach, to run the course, to run orach, to run a race, to run an orach. Here the word orach, to run a way, a path, a road, but here in the sense of to run a race, right? So let's break this down right here. So right here, woohoo. So that which there, they should have translated, and he is as a bridegroom. That's what the Hebrew says. Wahoo, right? Ka chatan, wahoo, ka chotain. Right? Here we have the chatan. Chatan is like a son-in-law, right? Like the daughter's husband, but in this context as a bridegroom, right? A chatan, like a chatan, right? Like a bridegroom, yotzei, coming out, emanating out, or coming out, exiting, right? May from chupato, from his chuppah. What is a chuppah? Chuppah is like a chamber, like a canopy, or like a closet, but it's like a chamber, like like a bridal chamber in that sense, like a canopy. It has like a covering, that awning, a covering over it. So he's coming out from, it's like the kings also, their thrones used to be like that. Even his Majesty's throne, it has that covered over part, right? Like a booth, right? But a little bigger, for the bridegroom's chamber. So chupato is his chuppah, right? May chupato. So here he is personified as a chatan, right? Chatan or chotain, right? The personification of virility, a bridegroom, being virile and happiness, yasis. He's rejoicing. In Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 61 and 10, in Yeshaya, Isaiah, chapter 62 and 5, for point of reference on the bridegroom. We also have it in the Chazon Yochanan in Revelation concerning the bridegroom, right? The Chatan. So here it likens the sun, the Shemesh, to a bridegroom, a Chatan, and also likening it, the Shemesh, the sun, to a strong man or to the Gibor, as a Gibor, as a mighty man, a strong man, right? A mighty man, a powerful man, a strong man, a warrior. In some cases, it can be a tyrant too. But basically, this word has to do with might, right? Gibor, like as a mighty man, a warrior, right? Like a soldier, right? Right? Eager for the fray. So the sun comes out like, yo, where be at? Where they be at? I'm gonna shine light, you know what I mean? And bring the heat. The sun gonna bring the heat, like a soldier, eager for the fray, like a gibor, like a gibor. The sun, it rises, right, or the sunlight, right, rises at dawn to dispel the darkness of night. So, like the sun, when the sun come, the sun roll away the darkness, right? The darkness rolls away, right? You know what I mean? It's like that gibor, the mighty man. The darkness. They got to run. They got to flee from him. So here is the likeness of the sun right here, dispelling the night. Once again, this verse here, with who? כחתנה יוצא ימי חופתו, יסיסה גיבור לרוץ אורח, like a mighty man, like a gibor, la roots, right? To do what? To run, la roots, to roots. There it is, roots, la roots, to run swiftly, to run for whatever reason, to run, especially to rush, to run. That's why people say, why, man, the day go by so fast? Right? Because the sun, the Gibor is running. Here we have the Vav, right? Here we have the sixth verse right here, KJV wise, the sixth verse right here, and this is where the abrupt change is coming right after. Wait for the abrupt change. There's abrupt change right here. His going, still speaking about Hashemesh, still speaking about the Shemesh, Hashemesh, right? His going forth from the end of the heaven, right? Of the heavens, actually in Hebrew, that's a false translation, Shemayim, right? Almost always heaven is heavens, almost always. So from the end of the heavens, right? And his circuit to the ends of it, from one end to the next, right? And there is nothing hid from the heat. From the what? From the heat. From the heat thereof, right? So definitely this is from the witness and the observation of the heavens at night and the heavens during the day, seeing the sun, Hashemesh, right? That Chatan being the bridegroom, being the Gibor, the mighty man. Right here about his running, it says, Mikatsei, from the ends of Hashemayim, from the ends of the heaven, Mikatsei Hashemayim, Motsao, his going forth, right? His going forth, Motsao. So here it says Motza. When we talk about the leper, Mitzora, right? And then we talk about the Motzi, the one who brings evil, Motzi Ra'a, right? But here it's from the word here, Motza. Motza means a bringer, right? Right? Motza'o, his going, his bringing forth, his going forth, right? His issuing forth, his exportation, right? Going forth, the going forth, right? The going forth, right? Right here, the going forth right here is egress. So it's what it's speaking about is like what is observed with the sun, the rising up, what is observable from our, according to simulation, you know what I mean? From what is observable, the sun rising up, right, coming from over there, and then in the evening it goes down over there, right? This is what is brought out here. Mikatsei Hashemayim Motzao. Tikufato, right? And his tikufa, right? The tikufa is his circuit, right? That coming around, a circuit of time and space, a circuit, right? Tikufato, but here in the sense of revolution, right? But figuratively of the sun, his course, the course of time, the course of space, right? The revolution, right? Tikufato, tikufato, Allah kitzotam, right? Allah kitzotam, right? Upon the ends, is on the ends, right? To say the edge. Because what's observable is that from what's observable from the earthly plane, like when wintertime comes, the tikufat, like after the 7th month, at the end of the year, the end of that part of the year when the sun cycle changes, you'll notice that from one position, that the same way the sun was like during summertime, during other times it's further, it's like it seems like it's towards the end, right? That's what it says, ala kitzotam, on the ends, on their ends, right? On their ends, right? And his circuit is on the ends, right? With ain, and there's none, ain, with ain nistar. Nistar, there's none who is hidden. With ain nistar, ve'ain nistar, meya hamato. May from hamato. There's none who are hidden from his ham, like ham. So when the sun go ham, when the sun go ham in summertime, the sun go hamma, right? Hamato, the heat from ham. Here we get the root right here, ham, right? Ham means hot, means heat. Ham, right? So the sun goes ham. The sun goes ham. Ain't that something? The sun goes ham. But here it says, and there's nothing that is nistar, that is satar, nistar. Nistar come from the nephil of satar, nephil. There's none that can nistar. None can hide themselves. None can be concealed, right? We'ain nistar, right? We'ain nistar, right? Meya hamato, and none is hidden from his ham. So what do we have right here? Well, this verse here, it just goes to describe the impression, right, of the movements as it appears to the onlooker. So from the earthly plane, right, this is the movements that are observable, right, of the heavens, the nighttime sky, and the daytime sky, and particularly the sun and the sun's course, right, throughout the Shana, throughout the year. How the sun does a stutter step, you know what I mean? And then it rides on the rims, on the edges, like during the winter time. That's why we get less sun, you know what I mean? Because it's riding on the rims, you know what I mean? But then when summertime comes, it's like its race course changes. You know what I'm saying? The line, you know what I mean? It's on a different line, right? On the main line. Yeshua on the main line. Tell them what you want. So right here, right? Here. Here's where it changes up. Here's where we get to change up, the change mode right here. When we get to the Zayn, right? Hebraically, right here, this is the 8th verse from the KJV Bible. So notice the first of the two witnesses. The first of the two witnesses was the heavens, the firmament, the day, the night, and then zooming in on the sun and the courses of the sun. You know what I mean? From the perspective of the onlooker. You know what I mean? From the earthly plane perspective. Because people want to play around as whether it's a ball or it's a plane, but have anyone really seen it, right? But from what we can testify is what we have seen. But then notice how it shifts up right here. It says there's nothing hid from the heat thereof, right? And so here's what some people think, well, that was a psalm by itself. And then some think that this is a different psalm. But notice how one is dependent, one part is incomplete without the other. But notice the abruptness of the change right here. The law of Yahuwah. So we just went from talking about the sun's movement like a bridegroom, like a strong, a mighty man running a race, going from one end, making a circuit around the heavens to the other ends thereof, and nothing being hid from the heat thereof. And then we get to the Zayn, Pasuk Zayn, right, verse 7, and then it says HaTorah, the Torah of Yahuwah. Now notice something. When speaking of the first like 6 or so verses, notice that the only divine attributional title name used is El, right? Signifying the El of the Elohim, the almighty power. El, Ayel, Hayel, the power, Ha'el, right? But here, when speaking about the second of the two witnesses, right, the genuine morality, the moral theocratic law, the moral law, check the change, right? Right? The law, right? So he went from talking about the sun and the movements and all that, right, as a wonder, as a witness of El, right, of the Almighty, right? Here he says now, right, the law of Yahuwah perfect, converting the soul, right? The testimony of Yahuwah sure, making wise the simple. So here, right, Dawid, the Psalm of Dawid, right, and the psalmist observes the heaven and say, oh, this is the Almighty Creator's work. Check it. Look at even the sun. He's like a bridegroom, like a mighty man. Look at him run, and then he just shifts, right? After saying nothing is hid from the heat thereof, he speaks about the law, right? The Torah of Yahuwah, right? Now he goes within, right? Here, the second of the two witnesses, Torat Yahuwah, Timima, Me, Shibata Nafesh, Eduta Yahuwah, Ne Emana, Machakimat Peti, Machakimat Peti. What do we have right here? Let's break this down, right? Here, verses 7, right? Verses 7 to 11, we have the second of the twofold revelation, right? The witnesses of the creator of Elohim, Eloheinu, the revelation of Elohim, right, in Torah, of the same creator of the heavens and the earth here in his revealed word, revelation, right, in Torah. Here it says Torat, the Torah of Yahuwah, of he who be, who he be, Temim. Right now, here you have this right here, which says it's perfect. Let's break this down. Tamim. So when the offerings of the Israelites, according to Torah, they had to be tamim. That means nothing more and nothing less, right? So how Elohim created the creation, right? If you know this is what a normal bull, cow, sheep, or goat looks like, is not to have extra parts, is not to have less parts. It's to be complete, whole, in other words, perfect, the way the creator created it. And that's substantially what this word means. Entire, in a literal, figurative, or moral sense, right? Have integrity, truth, but often translated as perfect, right? So here, it is stating to us right here that the Torah of Yahuwah, the Torah of he who be, who he be, Tamim, right? The Torah, the Hebrew Torah, that properly means instruction, direction. So here, Torah, right? Torah in the constructive state, Torat, the Torah of, right? Yahuwah, Torah to Yahuwah, the Torah of, the direction, instruction of he who be, who he be, right? Tamima. She is perfect. Oh, that tell you Torah, right? Torah, right, in the Hebrew is a noun feminine, right? Torah is a noun feminine. So the Torah, right, the direction, instruction of he who be, who he be, she is perfect, right? She is perfect. The Decalogue, right? The 10 words, the 10 commandments, as they're called, the 10 words, the Torah, direction, instruction. But what does she do? Right? She of he who be, who he be, Mishibat, Mishivata Nafesh, Mishibat, Nafesh. She does what? Right? She converts, right? Mishibat from shub, right, is to like turn back, in the sense of convert, turn you from the astray way, like you're going the wrong way, right? To restore you, to turn you back. You're backward now to turn you forward, right? Mishibat. Mishibat is the restoration, restoring, the turning of nafesh, the nefesh of the soul, of the psyche, right? Restoring the soul as Ha'el himself, Atzmo, as he does, even in Psalm 23. So you see in Psalm 23, round about verse 2, verse 3, right? Where it talks about Yahuwah restoring the soul, right? Yahuwah, he restores the soul, and so does Torah. Torah also restores the psyche, the soul. It refreshes, right? And fortifies man's spirit. The phrase is used of satisfying hunger, right? So in the Hebrew sense, this phrase, right, is used of satisfying hunger. How do we know this? In Lamentations, chapter 1, verse 11 and verse 19. And also of comforting, a comforting one in distress, right? Mishivat, mishivat nafesh, restoring the soul. In the Hebrew context, has to do with satisfying hunger, right? Or comforting one who is in distress. Lamentations chapter 1, verse 16. Verse 16 there. But we're not done with it yet. The second part of the verse right here, it says, Adut, Adut, Yahweh, the Adut. What's the Adut? Adut, Yahweh, the Adut, right? Adut, Adut. The Adut is a testimony. The testimony. The testimony of Yahweh. Ne'emana, 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 right, is Aman, Naaman, right? Naaman also, right here, Naamana, right? Naamana is established, is faithful, is firm. Naamana, right, is confirmed, it's established, it's verifiable, it's reliable, right? It's confirmation. Naamana. But Naamana is an interesting word because Naaman also has to do with faith, having faith and faithful, right? So it's faithful to say that's verifiable, it's trusty, it's trustworthy. Naaman, right? It's established, right? It's firm, right? And it's confirmed. It's both firm and it's confirmed. It's the firmness and it's the confirmation, right? So right here, it says, Adut, Yahuwah Neamana, Mahkimat, Peti. Mahkimat, it makes wise. Mahkimat, the petty. It makes wise the simple. So here in the verse in the Ivrit, we have the Mahkimat is the Hakam. Mahkimat, here we have it in the Hefil sense. It's the Hefil build on the root word, right? Mahkimat is to make wise. It makes wise. Mahkimat, right? It makes wise in word, in mind, in word, and in act, in action. So as you read Torah, you think about it. And the words, the words restoring the soul. And then we act, right? To act, right? To live in the way, the truth, and life. So here, full Eduta Yahweh Ne'emana, Mahkimata Peti. It makes wise, Mahkimat, the petty. Are you petty? Or petty? Another way of saying this is petai, in another dialect, petty. But here we have it as petai, mahkimata peti. Who is a petty? Petty is ones who are simple, simplicity, naivete, right? Simple, simplicity, the simple, the foolish, they're open-minded. Literally, this word petty, it comes from pata. Pata means to be open, to be spacious, to be wide, right? To like open your mind to anything, right? To any suggestion. In other words, ones who are seducible, right? Simple, right? Enticable, right? They're open-minded, right? In the sense of being simple, naive, easily enticed, don't really know any better, right? They're roomy, they have room, like in a mental or moral sense, to be simple, right? So here it says that the testimony, the Adut of Yahweh, the Adut, it makimata peti, it can make wise even somebody who could have been open to, being deceived, right? By studying Torah, it make you wise. It make wise the simple. The simple man is often referred to in the book of Proverbs, the secondary book, which was very important for discipleship study. Psalms 1 and Proverbs, right? The book of Proverbs, the book of parables, right? Parables and Proverbs. So in the book of Proverbs, right, the petai, right, the simple is referred to, and it denotes a person who is uncertain of himself. So in the context of Mishle Shlomo, the Proverbs of Solomon, Mishalim, it often has to do with the person who is open, but they kind of uncertain themselves. So they go along with either, any suggestion. His heart, like it is open, right? Like your heart, to say like one's heart is open, their mind is open. As is it in the Proverbs or Ecclesiastes where it says that the wise man's heart, right, right, the wise man's heart is on his right hand side, and the fool's heart is on his left. If you think about it, the heart tends to be more on the left side of the body. You know what I mean? And there's a word in scripts where it says the wise man's heart is on his right hand side. But actually, if you look at human anatomy, the heart is more on the left hand side. You say that means that even with the heart sense, our mind sense shouldn't be overly dictated by emotions, right? Especially in certain decision making. So just to point out what is meant by the open minded, his heart is open, his mind is open. He is open to influences, both good and bad. Doesn't really know the difference. So open to influences, good and bad. And therefore, this type of person needs instruction and discipline. And here in this psalm is saying Torah, right? The law, right? Torah is it. So here, Torah Yahuwah Temima me Shibata Nafesh Eduta Yahuwah Neemana Mahkimat Peti. Here we have the Chet verse, the 8th verse right here going on. This is the second of the two witnesses, the revealed revelation, right? The statutes, the statutes of Yahweh, right, rejoicing the heart, the commandment of Yahweh, pure, enlightening the eyes, giving light to the eyes. Here it says, Pikudei Yahuwah Yesharim. Yesharim is upright. Yashar, Yesharim. Pikudei, right? The Pikudei, the statutes, right? Ordinances. Pikudei Yahuwah Yesharim are upright. Me Samche Samche, they bring joy to the lave, to the heart. Me Samche Lev, they rejoice the heart. Mitzvot, Yahweh, the commandment. Mitzvot, the commandment. Here it doesn't say commandments. All right, did KJV say commandments? No, they're right here. The commandment. Mitzvot, Yahweh, Barah, Me Irata Ainaim. And the commandments of Yahweh, Barah, Barah is pure, Barah is pure, Barah. Me Meirat. It causes like light. It's like giving light. Meirat, it's enlightening in that sense. Meirat Ainai. It enlightens the Ain. Ainaim, eyes. It enlightens the eyes. So notice how here is bringing out the revelation of Yahweh. First, we had the law, Torah, right? The Edut, the testimony. Remember the what was the testimony of Yahweh? The testimony of Yahweh was those 2 tablets that he wrote on, right? The 10 words that he spoke. Those 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments, is actually called the 10 words. It's actually called the Torah in Torah, right? And it's also called the commandment, right? So this is what's being referred to. So the testimony of Yahweh was his testimony that was placed in the ark, the Aron Ha-Edut. So the original name was the Aron, the ark Ha-Edut, the ark of the testimony. But going on here, right? Here we have Pikudei Yahweh, the Pikud. What is Pikud? The precept, the statutes, right? Pikud from Pakad, right? Pikud, the statutes, right? The statutes of Yahweh, he who be, Yesharim. So brought out as statutes or precepts, What are statutes? What are precepts? Statutes or precepts, pikud, pikudim, they are particularized rules that it is man's duty to obey. Covenant keeping man's duty to obey. So the pikudei, right, of Yahuwah, right, they are what? When it says right, it's from Yashar, Yisharim. They are right ones. They are upright ones. They are uprightnesses. They are uprightnesses, straightnesses. Yisharim, Yisharim. It goes on, right? It says Me'ira. Slika goes on. It says Misamche le Pikudei Yahuwah Yisharim Misamche le. It does what? It misamche, samach, to rejoice, to make glad, rejoice. Misamche leib, right? It rejoices the inner man, the mind, the heart, right? The heart of man, rejoicing the heart, right? Misamche leib, misamche lev, right? They bring inward happiness, the lave. The lave is the heart, the mind, the heart, the lave, the innermost and the innermost of the innocence of man, right? The mind, the heart, right? They bring inward happiness that flow from a clear conscience. If your conscience is clear, it flows from a clear conscience. So the statutes, and then second part of the verse, it says the mitzvot, mitzvata Yahovah, mitzvata Yahuwah, the commandment, the mitzvah, right? The commandment of Yahuwah is barach. Barach is what? Barach. It's pure. Barach. It's clear. Barach. It's pure. It's clean. Right? It's beloved in the sense of it's pure. Right? When it says it's empty of any defiling thing. That's how clean and pure it is. Right? So here, it says that the commandment, right? The commandment, mitzvah to Yahuwah barach, is pure, right? And what does it do? Me'irat Ainaim, Merata Ainaim, Me'irat. So the word or is the word to become the verb to become light. Or, Me'irat, Me'irat. This is the he-fill sense of the root word. Me'irat. It gives light. It causes to shine. Me'irat. It illuminates. It lights up, right? And in this sense, you see what it says lighten, Me'irat. It lightens and enlightens. Ainayim. It enlightens the eyes, the way you see things, right? It gives light to the way you see things, right? Give light on what you see. Me'irat, right? Me'irata ainayim, the eyes, ain. But here we have it in the plural. This is singular. Ain, singular, ainayim, right? The physical eye, but moreover, Hebraically, the mental qualities, the mental and the spiritual faculties are enlightened, right? Right here. Pure, barah, me'irata ainayim, enlightened in the eyes. The adjective bara is used of the sun, actually of the sun, right? The sun, the shemesh, sun. In Song of Songs, chapter 6, verse 10, you can see it there, right? In the Hebrew, bara, the word for pure, bara. As the sun, the shemesh, hashemesh, is the light giver to the world, to the earthly plane, right? In the natural sense, right? The outer. So the commandment and the commandments, right, are light giving. They are enlightening and light giving to man in his search for the right way of life, the right way of liberty, the way, truth, and life, right, of the Almighty. So right here, this verse here, Pikudei Yahuwah Yisharim, Me Samchei Leib, Mitzvah Yahuwah Barach, Me'irata Ainayim. Here to the 8th to the 9th verse right here. Right? So far we had what? The Torah. Torah was first. Testimony was next. Right? Precepts or statutes was after that. Then we had commandment. Here it says the fear, the reverence of Yahuwah, clean, Chabarim, clean, enduring forever. The judgments and the judgments of Yahweh, true, righteous altogether, right? They are true, they are truth. So when it says true, right? The judgments of Yahweh are truth, are truth. Truth is his judgment, right? The judgments of Yahweh are truth and righteous altogether. So here, Yirata Yahweh Tehorah Omedeta Laada Misha Pete Yahweh Emet Tzadku Yachdav Tzadku Yachdav Tzadku Yachdav. Here is Emet, is truth. First part first, let's touch on the fear, or more correctly, the Yirah, the Yirat Yahweh. In connection with Yahweh, the fear is really respect, reverence, a sense of piety, right? Respect, right? So the Yirata Yahweh, the reverence, right? The respect, the reverence of him, of Yahweh, Eloheinu HaKadosh, Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem, as expressed. How is this reverence expressed, manifest? It's expressed and manifest in the carrying out of his ordinance and of his way. That's how it's expressed and manifest, right? You have faith, now work, right? Judge a tree by its fruit. So you have reverence. What do you do, right? So you found reverence. What do you do? It's expressed in the carrying out of his ordinances right here. So the Yerat, here we have the Yerat Yahuwah Tehora. Now in our studies, we was touching on this, the Tahor, and Tehora. Tehora. It's clean. Right? We talk about the ceremonial law, we talk about the Levitical law, we talk about the hygienic cleanliness, the moral law, ethically, right? Tehora, right, is clean. Clean the physical, the chemical, the ceremonial, the moral sense. Right? Tehora, right? It is clean. His service, his avoda, right? His service, right? So we express our reverence, how we reverence him or respect him, right? By how we serve him in our life and our liberty, right? And that becomes our avoda, right? But it's clean, tahora, right? His service is free. It's free of debasing and obscene rites and rituals, such as were connected with the Elohim Acharim, with the Elohim, the so-called pseudo-gods and pseudo-trinities of others, right? Let's go on. Right here it says the judgments, right? The what? The judgments, mishpetei, the judgments of mishpetei, the judgments of Yahweh, mishpetei Yahweh, the judgments of Yahweh, right? Emet, like emetil, emet. Their firmness, faithfulness, or simply they are truth. Emet, they're the truth. His judgments, his mishpat, right? But here's in the plural sense, mishpat is like a judgment, right? Mishpatei, the judgments of Yahweh, of he who be, who he be. Amet, truth, true, right? Tzadku, right? Tzadku, they are sadak, they are righteous, right? They be righteous, tzadku, Yachad, right? Yachdau, right? Together, all together as one, right? All together as one, right? They are righteousness all together. That's why we say no partiality. It's not okay. We give this one partial judgment, we'll hold back. No, all together, right? They're all together true, all together righteous. So here we have the mishpatim, the judgments, mishpatei, the judgments of Yahweh, mishpatei Yahweh, the mishpatim, judgments for the regulation of man, of the covenant keeping man's intercourse with his neighbor, interaction with his neighbor and his fellow, the judgments, right? The judgments, right? They are true. They are emet. They are true. They are in conformity, right? They're the truth. It's the truth. In conformity with the principles of tzedek, of righteousness, tzedek and malkia tzedek, but tzedek, righteousness or justice, right? Shall we pursue, shall we follow. Once again, right here, Yirat Yahuwah Tehorah Omedet, Omedet. Oh, here, when it says they are forever, the word forever here or enduring is the word amad. Amad means stand, means to stand. Omedet, right? Omedet, right? Stand, right? Omedet, right? Stand. La'ad. It stands, it goes on, it stands, it endures, it stands, right? Literally, it stands forever, right? His reverence stands forever. You can't knock his reverence down, right? His reverence will knock you down. But the reverence of Yahweh is clean, enduring, or standing, la'ad, standing in perpetuity, right? Standing in perpetuity, continuously, right? The judgments of Yahweh, true and righteous altogether. Yerat Yahweh tehorah, omedeta la'ada, misha pete Yahweh emeta, tzadku yachdau, tzadku yachdav. Here to this verse here. Now remember, this is the second part, right? The second part right here, which has to do with the revelation of Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu in Torah. First part was the revelation of Elohim, the creator in nature and the nature, right? Here to the Yod verse right here, KJV, more, right? So these are more. So let's just go over a count right here. Here we have Torah, we have adut, we have testimony, right? We have statutes or precepts, right? We have commandment, right? We have reverence, right? We have judgments. Check. So these are more to be desired, right? More to be desired than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb, right? Or in the Hebrew, is sweeter than the drops of honeycombs and the drip drop of honeycombs. Ha nechemadim, nechemadim, more desirable. You know, here we have chamad, to desire in the sense of to covet. So in the law it says, lo tachmod, don't covet, right? But covet, you know, in the sense of not to covet what's others. But here we should desire this, right? We should take pleasure in this, right? Chamad this, right? There should be desirableness, chamad, to take delight in. So here it says, ha nechemadim miya zahab. In other words, the delightfulnesses, right? Like the desirables, right? This is like desirables. Ha nechamadim mi zahab, from gold, zahab. Ha nechamadim mi zahaba umi paz rab, umi paz rab. And then from much pizzazz, bling bling gold. Umi paz rab, then from much bling bling gold, from enough gold, right? Fine gold, it blings, right? Ua mitukim, mi debash, mitukim, and they're they're sweets. So to say sweeter, right? To say sweeter is actually to say sweets. Mitukim, sweets. They're sweet ones. Mitukim, me, more than or from debash. Mitukim, me, devash. Right? They're more sweeter than devash, honey. Right? With nofet, and the nofeta tsufim. And the nofeta tsufim. What's the nofet of the sufim? Nofet. Here we go. Nofet is the flowing honey. Nofet, the dropping down, the drip dropping of the honey from the comb. Nofeta sufim, of the suf, right? Sufim, of the honeycombs, right? And the droppings of the honeycombs, right? Here it's saying that Torah and Yahweh's way, his revelation of himself in Torah, is sweeter than all that, right? So it says more than gold, right? More than mi zahab. Zahab is gold. Zahab, gold. Mi zahab, more than gold. Spiritual riches, psycho-spiritual riches are superior to material and carnal wealth as a means for obtaining of true happiness and contentment and a lasting sense of satisfaction, right? Satisfaction. So it says, Mi zahab, right? Here we got the Mi zahab, mi paz. Mi zahab, right? From gold, and mi paz. Paz is where we get the word pizzazz. Pizzazz. It's refined gold, pure gold, or in practical terms, it's like gold that blings, that shimmers, right? That shimmers, shimmering gold. Here's the root pizzazz, pizzazz, gold that's refined, fine gold, right? Right? Mi paz rab, rab. And from nuff, nuff, rab, mi paz rab, mi paz rav, right? From nuff, nuff, gold, right? Then it goes to the second part of the verse. It says sweeter to describe, okay, first it describes how sweet is Yahweh's way, Torah, right? And all connected, each one of those that we brought out from bringing out the law, the Torah, the testimony, the Eduta, right? The precepts, right? The Pikudim, right? The commandment, the mitzvah, the mitzvah, the yerat, the reverence, right? And the mishpatim and the judgment, all of that is like sweet ones, is desirable ones, right? As we have here within the verse, ha nechamadim. They are desirable ones more than gold and even more than bling bling, even fine, refined gold. But then it goes on to say, sweeter mitukim, matok, right? So this is a way of like, in Hebrew, sometimes one will say sweetie, right? Mituki, mituki, matok, sweet, matuki, ways of saying like my dear, my dear, my sweet one. But here it says mitukim, sweet ones, pleasant ones, sweet, right? Sweet ones. Mitukim, mi dabash, from honey. Modern Hebrew, they'll say mi davash. Mitukim, mi davash, but ancient pointing, dabash. Dabash is honey. Dabash, that gummy, that yummy, gummy honey. Yummy, gummy. To be gummy, you see? The honey that's gummy, the sticky, right? Syrupy. But notice how the poet right here, Dawid, like Chan. I mean, it is true. Torah is, right, sweeter, right? It's more desirable than gold and sweeter than honey. But it's like, hopefully ones and ones, experience it for yourself. Sweeter than honey and the honeycomb, but it's not just the honeycomb as we mentioned. It's the droppings of honeycombs, right? It's a nofeta tzufim, chabarim, right? One may become sated with the sweetness of honey. You ever, any of y'all ever ate like too much honey? You ever ate too much honey? Honey is good, it's sweet, yeah, but everybody knows, or most people know, like there's if you don't know it yet, just beware of it, right? It's the worst feeling, right? But that's why it says that you could get tired of honey. No, you can have too much honey and it could kind of like it throw you off. You get sick, actually, right? But not from Torah, right? One may become sated with the sweetness of honey, but not with the joyful effect, the effect of faithfulness, right? Of faithfulness to Yahweh Eloheinu, the Creator's will, to his way, truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ. And it's sweeter than the droppings, right? The droppings of honeycombs, not just a honeycomb, one honeycomb, but many honeycombs, right? Nofeta sufim, right? The flowing of the combs, literally the flowing of the combs, right? The purest, this was the purest form of honey, right? The nofet, the flowing honey, the dropping the honey from the comb, the honey that's coming from the, right, from the suf. But here it says sufim, honeycombs, nofeta sufim. So more properly, the flowing of the combs, the purest form of honey, right? Right here. Let's go on. Here to the next verse, coming to the fulfillment. Remember, there's that prayer. That's that prayer for justification and sanctification. Moreover, by them. Who's the them there? Who's the them there? Right? The them there is the Torah, right? The Edut, the testimony, the Torah of Yahweh, the Edut of Yahweh, right? The Pikudei of Yahweh, the statutes of Yahweh, the Mitzvot of Yahweh, the commandment of Yahweh, right? The Yirat of Yahweh, the reverence of fear of Yahweh, the Mishpatei Yahweh, the judgment of Yahweh. That's them. Just so we know who they are, right? Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, right? In keeping of them, right? Great reward. There is great reward right here. Let's bring out the verse. Gam abdeka, gam avdecha, gam avdecha, modern Hebrew. Gam abdeka, gam abdeka, right? Also your servant, right? Your ebed, right? Abdeka, your servant, gam abdeka, Nizhar is Zahar, Zohar is Nizhar. Nizhar is the Nephil, is taught, right? Nizhar, right? Nia Zahar, Nizhar is taught, right? Is taught, is admonished, right? Nizhar, right? Is admonished by him, in them. Gam abdeka nizahar bahem. Also your servant, the I, speaking to Yahweh, the I, male servant, right? Nizahar is taught, is warned, instructed by him in them. Remember the them, right? The Torah, right? The testimonies, the precepts, the commandments, the reverence, the judgments, right? Moreover, by them is thy servant warned. Gam abdeka nizahar bahem, in them, right? Be Shamram Aikev Rav. Be Shamram Aikev Rav. Modern Hebrew, Be Shamram Aikev Rav. Be Shamram Aikev Rav. Be Shamram Aikev Rav. Aikev Rav. So the Shamram, Be Shamram, and in shamaring them, in keeping and observing them, Be Shamram, in keeping them, right? And it was thy servant in keeping them, Bisham Ram, in keeping them, right? Bisham Ram, Aikeb. There's Aikeb. Aikeb is consequence, but literally Aikeb from Akab mean the heel, Like, when we say in English, well, when did that happen? Well, you see, it was on the heels of such and such and such. Like, that happened on the heels of the other event. On the heels of. Now that's an idiomatic way to express it, like the word Ikev right here. Ikev right here, you see in the sense of a heel, the last of anything, right? But in this context of the Hebrew, the Ikev, which literally Akab is the heel, like Ya'ikob, but the Ikev is the result, the compensation, like what you get on account of something. So it says Bisham Ram, Ikev, right? And in keeping of them, Aikeb, the result, the reward, the consequence, Rab, is Rab. The consequence is Rab, is Nuff, Rab, is much, is Nuff, right? Aikeb Rab. And in the keeping of them, there is, bring out the translation, there's great reward. So who is the servant? In this context here, it's Dawid, the Psalm of Dawid, and it's I and I when we make the psalm our own, right? In the way of Dawid, the man after Yahweh's own heart. So basically, it's the speaker, right? The speaker, Dawid in the first context, and I when we make these words our own. Moreover, by them, right, is thy servant warned. So the servant Abdeka, Who is the Abdeka? Is the psalmist and I. Nishar, right? Warned so that he does not fall, and we do not fall. I do not fall into chet, into sin, into crime, into uckery, right? Right? By yielding, right, to temptation, right? To temptation, right? And then it says, Ike Evrab, great reward, nuff reward, Ike Evrab. We have in Proverbs 22 and 4. Proverbs 22 and 4. Not to make many quotes here, but 22 and 4, 22 and 4. 22 and 4 say what? Say what? What does it say? It says, by humility and yirat Yahweh and reverence, fear, reverence of Yahweh are riches and honor and life. Notice what it says, by humility, by the reward of humility. Look what it says. Ikeb. You see that word? Ikeb, connecting the dots, the consequence, the result on the heels of, right? Humility, right? On the heels of, as a consequence of, right? Of keeping, of guarding, Bisham Ram, Ikerab. And here it says by humility. Oh, we break this down right here. The reward of humility. The word by here is Ikeb, the consequence, right? Of Anava, humility, humble, like, like condescension, like one who kind of presses themselves down, they keep themselves kind of low, humble, right? They condescend themselves, right? By humility, right? Or the reward of humility, right? The reverence, the word and is not there. So the reward of humility, the reverence, the respect of Yahweh, right? Riches, right? Riches, Osher, riches, honor, kabod, and life, and chayim, and living and life. So just to make that connection right there, the great reward, right? The great reward. Moreover, right? By them is thy servant warned, and Bisham Ram, Ikev Rab, and the keeping of them there is Ikev Rab, there's enough reward. One is not a loser by shunning rah or the rah, the evil, the bad, the sad, the mad methods of gaining riches. One is not a loser by shunning the evil methods, right, of gaining riches. Yahweh Eloheinu, right? Elohim will prosper his way if that one is seeking to prosper his way, the way, the truth, the life of the King of Kings Christ. So right here is where we segue to the fulfillment right here from verse 12 to 14, y'all. Here is the tefillah, the prayer, right? Tefillah, right? The prayer for justification and the prayer for sanctification. Let's bring it out right here. Here we go to the Yod Beit, right? The 12th to the 14th verse. Now, keep in mind that previous verse, because the previous verse, it kind of sets the context here. Moreover, by them, right, by the law, the testimony, let's go over the law, the testimony, right, the law, the testimony, the precepts, or the statutes, the commandment, the reverence, and the judgments, right, by them, right, is thy servant warned, in keeping of them, right, there is great reward. Right. So somebody may say, I love God, but do you serve him? See, it says by thy servant. It didn't say that someone who thinks that they're his lover. You know what I'm saying? It says, moreover, by them is thy servant warned. Right? Servant means there's service. And in keeping of them, there's great reward. That brings us right here. Who can understand? Right? Who can understand errors? Who can understand errors? Right? Cleanse thou me from secret, secret to say fault, right? Errors that are these secret things, errors. This is true because, sometimes we're wrong about something, we think we're right, and somebody points it out to us, but we really thought that we were right about it. At first, it's hard to understand. Like, I made a mistake. You know what I'm saying? But who can understand errors? Cleanse thou me from secret, sense of secret faults. But here, it says, Shigiot, Mia Yabin, Shigiot, Shaga, Shagia. It's not Ya there, so don't take the name in vain. Shagia. Here's Shigiot. What is Shaga? Shaga, a moral mistake. Shaga. You ever made a shaga? Shaga, to go astray. Shaga, right? To stray. Shaga, to err. Shaga, to swerve. Shaga, to meander, like you reel and roll, like you intoxicated because you shaga, right? You err. To err in drunkenness, to shaga, or in more of an idiomatic sense, morally, to go astray. Shaga, or to commit sin, to commit crime, to commit a fuckery and uckery by of ignorance. Oh man, I didn't even know I ucked up, right? Or inadvertence, to err ignorantly, according to Torah, is to shaga, right? To lead astray, to mislead somebody mentally. You psych somebody, shaga, right? Lead astray morally, shaga, to stray, mislead, mistake, especially in the moral sense, to transgress. The extension of this idea is like you see somebody drunk, right? And they reeling and rolling, can barely keep themselves balanced. They shaga, right? In the figurative sense, is to be enraptured. So in like a poetical way, a man could say, daughter of Zion, man, you got me all shaga. You got me real and I'm enraptured by you. So it can be used in that figurative sense. But here, we're not speaking about that here, right? We're speaking of shigiot, errors, shagiot, where you shagad, your errors, where you swerve, where you thought you was on the way, but you kind of like, you touch the curb. Like when somebody's parallel parking and your tires on the sidewalk. That's a shaga. Like shagiot, me yabin, me who yabin, me yabin, modern Hebrew. Shagiot, me yavin, right? Yabina, if it's a woman, but here, mi yabin. Who is he that can yabin, right? Yabin, bean, right? Bean, who can discern? Bean, right? Who can understand? Who can consider? Who can discern, right? Who has discernment, right? This word here is similar to the word bane. Bane, we have bane, which means like between. So being means to discern because related to the Hebrew sense of bane, between, right? Between two things that are similar, who can discern how they're not the same? But here, shigio to miyabin, Menisa tarot, ministarota nakeni, cleanse thou me, naka me, cleanse me, make me naka, make me empty, clean me, make me innocent, naka, like you got a stain on your white tees, right? And you're trying to like wash that out, bleach that out. You want to purge that out. You want to cleanse that out, right? So this is what's said right here, right? Whole, innocent, acquit me, right? Clean me, right? Clean me, nakeni, me from nistarot. Clean me from my nistars, my satars. Nistarot is in the Hefil nistaro, the nephil sense, right? That which is hidden, concealed, the concealed things, the things that may be my cover-ups, right? First part of the verse, first right here, right? So this is the prayer for Yahweh Elohim's help. Right now, after noticing the twofold witness in creation of the blameless Creator and in HaTorah, these two witnesses of the Creator for the Creator. Now, here's the prayer for justification and sanctification, the prayer for Elohim for the Creator's help. Who can discern Shigiot Miyabin? Who can discern his errors? Miyabin. Who is it that can tell when they make a shaga? However, right, eager he or we, I and I, may be to remain loyal to Yahweh Eloheinu, to Ha Elohim, to the Creator, to the Judge. right? He and and we are liable, right, to make mistakes inadvertently, right? Of that, right, those mistakes that we may make, right, we're unaware, we don't even know. That's why the law speaks about it, that when one does something inadvertently, right, it's only when it's brought to them that they are then guilty and then they can make amends. But even showing that we are liable to make mistakes inadvertently, unintentionally, right, and we didn't even know, right, that we made these mistakes. So he and we, Aina and we, therefore pray for purification. That's why he says, mia nistaro, me from nistaro, mia nistaro nakeni, cleanse thou me from secrets. Really, it should be like from secrets. Nistarot, nistarot, that which is from cover-ups. Cleanse me from cover-ups, right? From hidden. The sense of it is hidden faults. Therefore, the prayer here is for purification from like hidden faults. Nistarot, those undiscovered to himself, right? And this is a good prayer for all of us. Ask for this, cleanse me from it, make them known to me so I'll know when I messed up unintentionally, right? Because other people may know you messed up, but they'll be like, you intended to do that. But no, I didn't know I even did that. But here, Shigiota, Miyabin, Mia nistarot, nakeni, cleanse, purge me. Here, the Yod Gimel, Yud Gamel, Yod Gimel, keep back thy servant, right? Right? Thy servant. Notice the key word, how Dawid and how we should place ourselves as servant, right? Keep back thy servant, right? Also, what did Moshe Yeshua Robenu said? The greatest amongst y'all is servant to all, right? Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous. Make them not have dominion over me. Keep back your servant from presumption. The word sin is not there. It's only put there in italicization, but it's not there in the Hebrew. Make them, these presumptions, right, not have dominion. Don't make them rule me. You know what I mean? Don't make them rule me, right? Have dominion over me. See, and if you do that, oh Father, right? Is what he's saying, what we're saying. Then I shall be upright. Then I shall be tamam. This is tamam sense of upright. Then I shall be perfect. Remember earlier we talked about the law, it's perfect. Moshe said, be ye perfect, right? I shall be complete, right? Nothing lacking, right? Nothing over. I shall be complete, right? In a sense, we can use this in a sense almost like to be complete. In another kind of a sense, almost, then I'll be a real adult, in the eyes of Father. But then I shall be upright, and I shall be what? Innocent. I shall be naka. Remember in the previous verse, he said, nakeni, cleanse me. Naka, right? Then I shall be innocent. I shall be clean. I shall be innocent from the great transgression, right? From the much, or from much transgression, right? Some translate the great transgressions we have here. Some translated as from many transgressions, like much transgression. What do we have right here? Atem, atam. Okay, the difference here is atam, and then it says etam, etam, atam, etam, atam. Give me one moment right there. Just want to clarify when there's certain kind of differences in translation. Keyword. Etam, atam. Okay, we're gonna take what's before us right here. Okay, be that as it may it as it be. Let's see how they bring that out. Oz, atam. Oz, etam. Okay, Oz, etam will be more correct. Okay, here's the verse. Gam, mia zedim. Gam, mi zedim chasoka abdeka. Gam, mi zedim chasoka abdeka. Ala yima shalubi. Az etam we nikati. Mi pesha rab, and then I shall be innocent. Where nikati, mi pesha rav, then I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Now, in the hard copy we have of the Hebrew, the Sefer Tehillim, next to the great transgression, it says literally it's rebellion against the King of Kings. Right? In the Hebrew, Yehudi, right? What you call them right here that was printed, during the times of his majesty. It's kind of interesting that it says the great transgression is rebellion against the King of Kings, right? But right here, it says Gam, also me from Zadim, Chasokab Deka. So here it says Mia Zadim, right? Zaid, right? They say like A to Z, right? A to Z, Zaid. So here, Zadim. Zadim is arrogant, right? Right, right. So here he's saying, keep me back from presumptuous Zeds, right? I don't want to get those Z's. Arrogant, from the arrogant, proud, insolent, presumptuous ones, arrogant ones. So Zadim can be taken in the sense of arrogant people, like arrogant men, arrogant ones, but it can also be presumptuousnesses, presumptuous kind of attitude states, arrogance and arrogancies, presumptions, right? Presumptions. Now notice that presumptions here, Zadim, from the word Zaid in Hebrew, meaning arrogant, proud, or insolent, right? In the sense of presumptuous, right? That this word here is distinct from Shaga and Shigiot, right? Which is errors. When the baser side of his and our nature, our lower nature, right, prompts him and I to do what he and I knows is wrong. Here, he and I begs of Yahweh Eloheinu to restrain him, like in the Our Father prayer. Lead us not into temptation. Isn't that how it reads? Lead us. Wait, hold on for a moment. We're praying to our Father, to God, the God the Father, Binu Shabbat Shemayim. Why we say, lead us not? But this is the same sense here. Lead us not. When the basis side of one's nature prompts them to do what one already knows, right? Knowing what one's know, one must beg the Creator to restrain him and use their willpower to restrain yourself. The Hebrew, elsewhere, it means presumptuous men. So the Hebrew, Zadim, Zadim means presumptuous men, the arrogant and the godless, the arrogant and the jawless, the godless. If that is the intention here, then the tefillah, the prayer, is for protection from the down pressing, right? That may lead him to doubt Elohim and perhaps takes matters into his own hands and thereby even sin even more, right? So here, then it says, let them not have dominion. So we see this in a twofold sense. It's speaking of presumptuous men, but it's also speaking of presumptions in us. So sometimes we have presumptions in us that just like presumptuous men, right? But it's easy to see the presumptuous men outside of us, the arrogant men, and not to see our own presumptions and arrogancy. So here's what he's saying: chasok, right? From chasak, right? Chasak means to withhold, restrain me, hold me back. Oh Father, Gam mizedim chasok abdeka, hold back your servant. Keep your servant in check, right? Keep you in check. Check your servant, right? Check your servant. Check, right? From these sort of ways, right? And then it says, then I shall be upright, tamim, tamim. Then I shall be faultless. Then I shall be upright. Then I shall be clean, innocent, right? It says that we should, our reasonable service, right, is as like living sacrifice, right? Right? Then I shall be, the same word used for sacrifice, tamam. Tamam. When the sacrifice is tamam, it's good to go, right? And we be living sacrifice, upright, clean, and I shall be innocent, nakati. I shall be innocent from the pesha rab, right? The pesha. What's the pesha? Pesha is transgression, but in the context here, it can also be rebellion, right? Transgression, rebellion, transgression against God, right? Transgression against the anointed king is transgression against God. You know what I mean? Transgression, right? The godless and creeping coup against the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, Haile Selassie the first, elect of God, King of Kings of Ethiopia. That's an example of such transgression. Oh, you thought it was just against a man. No, it was against God, right? So right here, then I shall be innocent from the great Mia Pesha Rab, from the great, using the same word here, Rab, nuff. So see how nuff can be used in a good sense, and here nuff from the big. I mean, this is a big uckery. This is a big crime right there, right? So here, once again, to the last verse coming forward, Gam mizedim achasok abdeka ala yima shalubi, right? Ala yim shalubi. Oh, let me get that word, mashal. Yim shalu, from mashal. Yim mishalu, mishalu, yim shalu, yim shalu. They will not rule. Yim shalu be. They will not rule, exercise rulership against me. Right? These arrogant men and these presumptions that might be in myself, in ourself, they will not rule us. Gam, miya zedima chasoka abdeka. Allah yima shalubi, as then and only then a time will I be complete, perfect, right? With and nikati, and be free, be innocent, mi pesha arab, from the transgression great, from the great transgression. In my notes here it says rebellion against the Melech HaMelakim, rebellion against Negus and Neges, rebellion against the King of Kings. Here to the fulfillment verse, here the Yod Dalet, U Dalet, here the 14th verse, KJV wise, right? May my words, right? Make my words, make the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, Yahuwah, my strength and my redeemer, my strength and my redeemer. Well, the word strength is actually the word rock. You see it right there? Hebrew rock, rock, right? The word rock, right? Rock. So here. Let's just check out what they're going on here. Okay, this here, it says the LXX says Tamid, always continually, and this omit the MT lefaneka Tamid, lefaneka Tamid. Let me see something right here. Let me look at my hard copy. So the LXX sometimes, when compared to the Hebrew, sometimes, most time it reflects the same reading, but sometimes, like here, right, they have an extra word, right? They said lefanecha, before your face, tamid. So the extra word that's added in the LXX is always, right? Tamid. So in that case, it would read something like be acceptable before thee always, right? Be acceptable before you always is the way you see the LXX. But that's not found. That's omitted from the Masoretic text, the Syrian Vulgate. It's omitted from the other texts, and I don't recall that in the Ethiopic text either. So here, we'll read this one up here, the HB at the top. Here it says, Yehiyu, le ratzon. Let them be le ratzon. Let them be acceptable. Yehiyu le ratzona imre fi. Imre, the utterances, the speeches, the sayings, the utterances, imre, the speeches, utterances of fi, my fe, my mouth. Yehiyu le ratzona imre fi. May they, the utterances of my mouth, be ratzon, be acceptable, be pleasing. With hegion vehegion libi, and the meditation, the hegion, like you see hagayon in translation, with hegion, and the meditation libi, of my heart, right? Lefanecha, before your face, in your perception, Yahuwah, O he who be, Suri, my rock, my strong, my rock, my strength, Suri we goali. Suri we goali, Suri ve goali, my rock, and Goali, and my Goel, and my Redeemer, my rock, and my Goel. Goel come from, Goel is the word for Redeemer, Goel, and Gaal is the verb. Gaal means to redeem, like the kinsman Redeemer, right? Also like the avenger of blood, the kinsman redeemer, the kinsman redeemer. There we go, the kinsman redeemer. To buy back a relative's property, to be the next of kin, according to the Oriental, the Eastern, the Kedem law, right? To redeem, right? So here, the final verse right here. Did we already touch on the note there? Yeah, rock. Once again, here we go. Here we go. So here we have a beautiful concluding prayer, right? For the acceptance, to accept the acceptance of the Sheelot, petitions, ask, what's being asked. He had just offered, right? And I have just offered with our lips. And the thoughts in his and I heart of that, they were verbal. They were what? Verbal word sound, verbal expression. Yehiyu leratzona imrei fia wehagiona libi. May the words of my mouth, the imrei fi, and the hegion libi. So the imrei fi, words of my mouth, hegion libi. Imrei fi, hegion libi. Yehiyu leratzona imrei fi wehagion libi. May they be my le ratzon. Let they be acceptable. Here we got the word right here. Ratzon, 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 ratzon. May they be pleasurable, delightful, favorable, the sense of acceptable. Right? May they be acceptable. Right? May they be acceptable. Right? Le faneka, before your face, in your presence. Yahweh, oh he who be, who he be. Suri, my rock, we goali, Suri, we goali. Here, rock, Suri. Once again, rock is a sur, possessive is Suri, my rock, a Suri, right? So notice here, it's use of Elohim, right? Eloheinu. It's also use of other Elohim. This is why it's interesting when the the Song of Moses, when it says that their rock is not like our rock, their power, their strength is not like our strength. Rock, right? So brought out by the translators as strength, right? Upon whom I rely, my firm standing, on whom I rely when in danger, both physical, physical, and moral. Redeemer, Goal, Goali, Redeemer, from the enslavement, right? From the enslavement, from the bondage, right? And enslavement of evil men, right? Of evil men, Zadim, and or sins. So the evil men. So it's both, he's the Redeemer from the enslavement of evil men, right? Men and people who are evil, and from sins. We need to be saved from both of them, right? The evil men and from the sins. Here. Created by the Father. Oh, wow. Look at the time right here. Chant, y'all. Here, we're going to have the Hebrew first. Abraham Shemulov, Dennis Brown, Dubwise.
מזמור י"ט למנצח מזמור לדוד. השמיים מספרים כבוד אל, ומעשה ידיו מדיד הרקיע. יום ליום יביע עומר, ולילה ללילה יחווה דעת. אין עומר ואין דברים, בלי נשמע קולם, בכל הארץ יצא קבם, ובקצה תבל מילהם, לשמש שם אוהל בהם. והוא כחתן יוצא מחופתו, יסיס כגיבור לרוץ אורה. לקצה השמיים מוצאו, ותקופתו על קצותם, ואין נסתר מחמתו. תורת אדוני תמימה משיבת נפש, עדות אדוני נאמנה מחכימת פתי. פיקודי אדוני ישרים משמחי לב, מצוות אדוני ברא מאירת עיניים. יראת אדוני טהורה עומדת לעד, משפטי אדוני אמת צדקו יחדיו. הנחמדים מזהב ומפז רב, ומתוקים מדבש ונופת צופים. גם עבדך נזהר בהם, בשומרם עקב רב. שגיאות מי יבין, מן נסתרות נקני. גם מזדים חסוך עבדך, אל ימשלו בי אז אתם, וניקתי מפשע רב. יהיו לרצון אמרתי, והגיון ליבי לפניך, אדוני צורי וגואלי.
Judah, Lion of Judah Society. I'm just here for the outro. Dennis Brown, created by the Father. Let's check this one out right here. Well, Shema Yisrael. It's A side. Oh.
Psalm 19.
מזמור י"ט. למנצח מזמור לדוד.
The heavens declare the glory of God.
השמיים מספרים כבוד אל.
And the firmament showeth his handiwork.
ומעשה ידיו מדיד הרקיע.
Day unto day uttereth speech.
יום ליום יביע עומר.
And night unto night showeth knowledge.
ולילה ללילה יחווה דעת.
There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey in the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer.
Yes. Boker Tov, Haverim. Have a good day. Shavua Tov. Yes. Give thanks and praise right here. Gonna seal up. Didn't know the time was at this time, but anyway, hopefully, ones and ones will get, get the truth out of it for themselves. Yes, I, Rastafari. Yes, I give thanks. Hallelujah.